sleeping?
No, I'm joining the Nedlac meeting.
Oh, quickly, can you do me a favor? Can you send me a WhatsApp of the points you raised?
Not WhatsApp. I can do it by email.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
I am sure you can be more audible. Oh, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask every one of us to stand up, and as we take a minute of reflections for silent prayer or meditation, we are not going to sing the national anthem. So we are going to take 1 minute of reflections, just for a moment of silence and meditation. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be your program director for this session. My name is Buitumelo. I'm known as Pinky Moloi. I'm currently the Deputy Minister for the Department of Employment and Labor, deputizing Minister Nlesi. So I'm sure you are all aware why we are here this morning. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to take this opportunity to welcome in our midst. And by the way, we are currently joined virtually by at least above 100 other participants. So we are not the only ones. So we were expecting above 200, but at least above 100 people have joined us. But let me also take this opportunity to introduce and welcome amongst us dignitaries, important people who are amongst us this morning. We've got, we are really blessed this morning to be graced by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Ntate David Dabete Mabuza. Amongst us, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause just to welcome the Minister, please. Thank you. Amongst us, we have the Minister of Employment and Labor, Ntate Thulas Walter Maid. Sometimes they call him Watermelon, but Mr. Walter Maid, Utisha Mkhulu, Mhlonishwa, Ntate Thulas Ncesi amongst us. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined also by our director, executive director, Lisa Setfield from Nedlac, who's amongst us. You can also applaud her to be here. This is Lisa's project, by the way. So we will be also, among others, ladies and gentlemen, be joined by the Director General of the ILO, Mr. Guy Ryder, who's going to be joining us virtually. He will be joining us at 9 o'clock this morning. Among other dignitaries, we will be joined by members of the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labor, who will be joining us who have joined us virtually. And we are also happy to announce the presence and participation of in this summit of Her Excellency Ambassador Thenjiwe Mthintso, who will be joining us virtually, and will also be joined by Ntate Jewel Netsitenze, who will be joining us virtually from 9 o'clock also, and Mr. Kawe, who will be joining us as a speaker. Among others, we've got the leader of business, Mr. Martin Kingston, who has joined us here physically. We've got the leader of the community constituency, Ntate Thulani Chefuta, leader of organized labor, Ntate Beginjali, Mr. Virgil Seafield, who's representative of government, who's part of us, and all other executive directors of our sister organization from Nedlac, leadership and representatives of other constituencies who are here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the fact that we are, this summit is the 25th, we are on the 25th year of this summit. And this summit, I must say that it happens at a time when the world battles a pandemic. And I'm sure we are all aware of the effects of which haven't been felt in a century since the Spanish flu in 1918. So the necessary lockdown regulations imposed by government, unfortunately, had a very devastating effect on the economy. The job market faces uncertainties, and more than ever before, our economy needs a very strong partnership between government, civil society, business, and what other body can do that better? We think that Nedlac is therefore a critical platform for the meaningful and hard conversations we need to have as a nation regarding our economy. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call on stage our minister, Minister Thulas Ncesi, who's going to give us the opening remarks and introduce the keynote speaker. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
That's what happens when a minister is standing next to you. You shake.
Let me have that. Okay, don't worry.
Thank you, Program Director, the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor. Deputy President, Honorable Titi Mabuza, the Minister of Public Enterprises, who's virtual, the Director of the ILO, Guy Ryder, the Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, and Her Excellency Ambassador Mthintso, the Directors General and the senior officials who are present, the executive director of Nedlac, other speakers, Mr. Nechitenze and Mr. Kawe, the leadership and representatives of the constituencies present here, the leader of organized business, Mr. Martin Kingston, the leader of the community constituency, Mr. Tulani Shefute, the leader of organized labor, Mr. Begin Chalinchali, the leader of government, Mr. Virgil Seffield, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be part of this important event when we reflect on the work of Nedlac and look towards the days to come. We can all agree, as the Deputy Minister has already said, that this has been a difficult year, a major shock to the system. The pandemic and the subsequent lockdown to slow the spread of the virus have placed major pressure on the labor market. It is times like this that we truly understand the importance of building and supporting strong labor market institutions such as Nedlac. The 2020 COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated the importance of social dialogue and social compacting beyond a shadow of doubt. Nedlac did what it does best, bringing together all the social partners, forging a united comprehensive response to the crisis. We see this in many ways, but particularly the following: developing a system for bulk distribution of COVID-19 TERS benefits through the bargaining councils and company payrolls, of course, with problems. Working together on the health and safety regulations to govern the return to work, ensuring the protection of workers and the clients whilst building the buy-in from all concerned. So Nedlac processes have also played a vital role as we move into the next stage, developing and implementing a national economic recovery plan. I need to flag some of the major challenges we face in the road ahead, and in particular, navigating the changes in the world of work as we mitigate the disruptive effects of the fourth industrial revolution and digitization, and developing strategies for a just transition, whilst ensuring that we embrace the many opportunities that come with technological change. In relation to the goal of energy sustainability, ensuring a just transition for those workers and communities linked to the carbon-intensive technologies. Nedlac processes, bringing together all social partners and promoting social dialogue, have been and will continue to be central to these processes in the years to come. That's very, very critical. That's how serious we should take this particular institution. Even if from time to time we have differences, but we must focus on the ball. I'm honored today to introduce the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable David Dabete Mabuza. And was ukusuka Deputy President, Honorable President, kulo DD. Sisakhula, angikwazi ukusuka. So it's Honorable DD Mabuza. Born at the Polar Trust in Mpumalanga Province in 1960, he obtained the Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology from UNISA. In 1989, following an achievement of the National Teacher's Certificate from Umgwenya College of Education, President Cyril Ramaphosa first saw him as the Deputy President of the Republic on the 27th February 2018, and again on Thursday, 30th May 2019, for the 6th Democratic Administration following his appointment to this role. President Ramaphosa, with the new delegated responsibility as tasked the Deputy President, Didi Mabuza, in 2019 to 2014 term of government, tasked him in a number of responsibilities. These are the leader of the government business in Parliament, leading government efforts to fast-track the land reform and the coordination of the government program to accelerate land reform and agricultural support, to assist the President to stimulate and support the rural and township economies through implementing empowerment models, to assist the President in the implementation of the rapid response interventions on service delivery and troubleshooting in service delivery hotspots, to coordinate anti-poverty initiatives through, amongst others, the public employment programs, integrated service delivery and enterprise development. Also to lead the South African National AIDS Council, SANAC, and the country's integrated response to the challenges of HIV and AIDS. To also assist the President in efforts towards building a better Africa. To support in investment facilitation and trade promotion, and to lead the National Human Resource Development Council and foster collaboration between the governments and social partners towards addressing the shortage of skills in critical sectors of the economy, and to promote cohesion initiatives, including being the patron of the moral regeneration. These are just amongst others which the Deputy President is responsible for. The last addition is the Deputy President chairs the Cabinet Committees on Governance, State Capacity and Institutional Development, as well as Justice, Crime Prevention, Security Cabinet Committee. And previously, Deputy President has held a number of positions in government, including Premier of the Mpumalanga Province from 2009 to 2018. A member of the Executive Council, that's MEC for Agriculture and Land Administration from 2008 to 2009 in Mpumalanga. MEC for Roads and Transport 2007 to 2008. Member of the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature 2004 to 2007. Member of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa from 2001 to 2004. And the Mpumalanga MEC for Housing 1999 to 2001, and MEC for Education between 94 and 98. So Mr. Didi Mabuza has also risen through the ranks of the governing party, the African National Congress, where he's serving as the Deputy President of the African National Congress since December 2017 to date, having also been elected the chairperson of Mpumalanga from 2008 to 2017, ex-official member of the National Executive Committee, NEC, of the ANC since 2007, the deputy chairperson of the ANC Mpumalanga in 2005, the coordinator of the National Education Crisis Committee from 1987 to 1989, the chairperson of the National Education Union of South Africa from 1986 to 1988. That's where we met. The treasurer of the Foundation for Education with the production from 1986 to 1990, and secretary of the Azanian Students Organization, AZASO. Not Liama Zimzim, Le AZASO, which later changed into SANSCO, and today is SASCO. I hope I'm right to learn. So from 1984 to 1985, and Deputy President, he's a trained mathematics teacher by profession and became a school principal before moving into politics. His passion still remains for education, and he established the Didi Mabuza Foundation in 2014, focusing on education and the social upliftment of the vulnerable groups, such as children, child-headed households, the aged, and the persons with disabilities. It's my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the Deputy President, Honorable Mabuza. Over to you, DP.
Thank you very much. We can take our seat. Program Director, Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor, Ms. Boitumelo Uloi. Minister of Employment and Labor, Mr. Tulas Ngesi. Nedlac Executive Director, Ms. Lisa. South Africa's Ambassador to Spain, Ms. Tenjiwe Mtinso. International Labour Organization Director General, Mr. Guy Rader. Mapungube Institute for Strategic Reflections, Executive Director, Mr. Joel Nechitenze. Members of Nedlac's government, organized labor, business, and community constituencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the National Economic Development and Labor Council, hence this 25th annual summit. Nedlac was one of the first post-apartheid institutions established at the birth of our democracy. Over the 25 years, Nedlac sought to consolidate our democratic revolution and has proven to be an indispensable institution and a platform for the promotion of equitable participation and representative social dialogue. This fits well with the value that the post-democratic government put on consultation, on participation, and inclusivity. The organizers of this annual summit requested some remarks on the theme of social compacting for economic recovery in the time of COVID-19. This is an important theme when government is galvanized to lead society to address the cumulative effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. At this moment, not only as South Africans and the world been confronted with a once-in-a-century disruptive event, the COVID-19 pandemic, but we have had to address it in a situation of economic distress. The COVID-19 pandemic and the economic crisis has taken a toll on all South Africans. Moreover, we face the possibility of a resurgence of the virus, not only as we move into the December period, but also at the start of the year as travelers return to work, and later as we move from summer to winter. In the beginning, when the pandemic reached our shores, our response was to ensure that our health system has the capacity to carry the increasing burden of treatment for those infected by COVID-19 in order to save lives, while ensuring that the provision of normal health care services is not adversely affected. The raft of measures we had to implement to contain the virus and flatten the curve of new infections included the implementation of a nationwide lockdown that impacted on our economic activities and jobs. Whereas these measures have assisted in a great deal in preventing a catastrophe, we regret that many of our compatriots lost their lives, including frontline workers who died in the line of duty. Nevertheless, we are of the view that if it was not for organized business, organized labor and community in their own constituencies and working collectively at Nedlac, would have been worse off in our response to this pandemic and the nationwide lockdown. In the same vein, we would like to applaud your efforts in supporting each other, the efforts at income replacement through the COVID-19 Temporary Employer-Employee Relief Scheme, the payment or contribution holiday that were negotiated, the collaboration and provision of technical expertise, for example, to introduce innovations in social grants and the rapid mobilization of the much needed resources by the Solidarity Funds. Further, I understand that there has been more agreements and speedy collaborations than ever before at Nedlac on issues such as health and safety in the workplace, measures to make transport safer, and the promotion of locally produced personal protective equipment. More than at any other time in the recent history, the role and function of Nedlac is an existential necessity to assist in mobilizing confidence and credibility for the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Government also welcomes and has embraced the speedy work of the social partners in delivering a social compact to turn the economy around. The widening trust deficit between government, labor, and business demands full support of the structural interventions and enablers contained in the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. We are committed to the speedy implementation, especially of the necessary structural reforms and long outstanding measures in areas such as energy security and digital migration. And we are further committed to work with social partners where implementation requires a coordinated approach, as well as to continue to discuss the difficult issues that can make our economy recover in a very sustainable and enduring way. As we have said before, the National Development Plan, like the Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, is not the responsibility of government alone. Its effective implementation requires the participation of all stakeholders to decisively deal with the socio-economic challenges of poverty and inequality. Without addressing these socio-economic challenges, then the foundation, nation building, and social cohesion will not become sustainable. Equally, it demands of the private sector to assimilate these blueprints into their strategic and operational plans. Surely, it's not enough to reduce community empowerment to a ticking box exercise through corporate social responsibility. Hence, it was reassuring to hear the leader of Business Unity South Africa earlier this year acknowledge that the levels of inequality in our country, it's now an economic risk, and that purposeful partnership are necessary to get our economy, our democracy, and our wonderful country back on track. Let us agree that economic inequality undermines human rights for women and young people who remain largely excluded from the economic mainstream. The fault lines of inequality encourage not only absence of shared social cohesion, but contribute to the delegitimization of both the public and the private sector. In measuring ourselves to deliver a better life for all, since 1994, it will be on the basis of extending people's capabilities, which translate to what Amartya Sen calls it substantive freedom. The capability approach, as espoused by Sen, amounts to giving citizens and communities opportunities and levers to empower themselves, since, as Sen says, freedoms are not only the primary ends of development, they are also among its primary means. Therefore, we cannot advance nation building and social cohesion without economic inclusion, without removing the barriers of entry for small businesses, and without integrating women and youth in activities that significantly improves the elemental conditions of their lives. In fact, social cohesion is directly shaped by the material levels of equality. In our quest to build a sustainable future that is premised on achieving, among others, spatial equality, as government, we are prioritizing the inclusion of women, the inclusion of young people, and people with disabilities in the unfolding land reform program. Attending to the land question, it's a justifiable, important action for meaningful nation building and for unlocking untapped agricultural and industrial economic potential for the country's development. In our view, failure to address the land question is unsustainable, and the prevailing conditions provides a fertile ground for social discord and political instability. In finalizing the land reform program, we also look towards Nedlac as a platform for consultation, for participation, and social compacting to once again play a key role in taking that process to its logical conclusion. We consider this 2020 summit as particularly very special, since it is an occasion to sign the framework agreement for a social compact on supporting Eskom for inclusive economic growth. Purposeful partnerships through social compacting are very important to support the enhancement of our maturing and the bureaucracy critical for the provision of services in a non-partisan manner. This is in the main premise on an argument of the Indlulamiti scenarios, which says that levels of interpersonal and intergroup trust are about the shared expression of common values and a common vision as encapsulated in our country's Bill of Rights and the National Development Plan. This is why we are excited to be witnessing the signing of this social compact, as it signifies confidence in Eskom and its importance to the South African economy. This is in sync with the work of the political task team that is shared by the Deputy President to bring together players within government towards the resolution of challenges that are faced by Eskom. The resolution of the ongoing Eskom matter and stabilization of the energy supply is critical to inclusive economic growth, employment creation, and poverty reduction. The negotiation of this social compact, which began a year ago, when we were all seized with the energy crisis that was facing our country then, with the prospects of load shedding and high electricity prices. This year has seen significant stabilization of Eskom operations under the current leadership, and with the support of the Eskom political task team, there is a clear path towards energy security. The social compact remains relevant and will be very important, vital, to hold Eskom to account, to rectify the problems of the past and serve the people of this country with sustainable supply of electricity going forward. It is sincerely encouraging that social partners representing diverse constituencies and institutional mandates manage to find common ground on a pragmatic and sensible program of action with clearly identifiable timelines and milestones to, among others, identify and support innovative, cost-effective funding mechanism to reduce Eskom's debt, identify measures to assist Eskom and government to access fresh capital where required. We therefore look towards your active participation beyond these noble ideals, because in our view, as the ESCOM Political Trust Team, the debt and liquidity challenges of these strategic assets call for extraordinary intervention to ensure that ESCOM is supported and brought back into operational and financial sustainability. As government, we are fully behind the management of ESCOM, and we seek nothing other than its success. Later in the summit, we will be addressed by the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Guy Rader. This is indeed a privilege for Nedlac to attract so eminent a person to address us. The ILO has been leading discussions on the future of work and have identified key drivers, namely climate change, technological innovations, demographics shifts, and globalization. Indeed, COVID-19 pandemics has, to a greater extent, fast-tracked some of these drivers. Government thus recognizes the urgency in which we should be responding to and harnessing the positive opportunities posed by the future of work, while mitigating against the adverse impact that are posed by automation and artificial intelligence, as an example. It also requires of the social partners to deliberate on the necessary changes to our skills strategy, labor legislations, and social security dispensation, so that the ideal of decent work can continue to be realized under these new conditions. For us in the Human Resource Development Council, we recognize that COVID-19 has made more urgent the need to develop skills and training that is innovation-led and technologically advanced. In this regard, we would like to acknowledge the recent collaboration with the ILO on a series of webinars on the future of work, and we trust that the recommendations coming from these dialogues will be taken forward in the new year. The Nedlac Annual Summit is also an occasion where the annual report of the prior year is released to the public. Due to the lockdown, annual reports are being released later than usual after the conclusion of the financial year. Nevertheless, Nedlac should be congratulated on the successful release of its annual report. Congratulations. It demonstrates that the vast majority of performance indicators were achieved and an unqualified audit opinion was obtained. Perhaps after a quarter of a century, it is an appropriate time to reflect on the role of Nedlac and perhaps to ask the question about its relevance and whether it is still fit for purpose. We understand that this question was posed a year ago at the 24th Annual Summit. Out of concern and frustration that social partners were not able to proactively and together address joblessness and poor economic growth. Government is of the view that the actions of social partners at Nedlac has answered the question of Nedlac's relevance. However, the question of whether Nedlac is fit to achieve the relevant roles it has taken on this year in respect of not only economic recovery and responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, but also extending decent working conditions to increasing the number of atypical and informal workers, as well as embracing the future of work, must still be addressed with agency. The ESCOM Social Compact and the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan deserves our full support. There is no room for apathy and cynicism. There is no tangible benefit in being enemies of hope. Rather, we all benefit together when we are friends to optimism. Nedlac remains an appropriate platform that is capacitated to pursue issues for which we have got a common interest. We must spare no effort in repositioning Nedlac to become a relevant platform for social dialogue in our country. If we are to build Nedlac into a vibrant and agile institution that is fit for purpose, we have to move swiftly to amend its founding legislative instruments so that there's inclusion and participation of the community constituency in all chambers and structures of Nedlac. Consensus is built through negotiations and not coercion. We reach a win-win outcome if we do not become entrenched to our private interests, but prioritize the common welfare. Compromise and trade-offs are central in this instance and not the pursuit of a zero-sum game where eventually no one comes out a winner. In this regard, communication is a key tool to employ, not only the constituencies we represent, but also to get the buy-in of the citizens and broader communities of our country. We mention this since part of the ESCOM Social Compact, it's about the revival of the campaign to encourage our people to pay for basic municipal services and to stop illegal electricity connections. Our people, our communities must pay for electricity if ESCOM is to succeed. Doing so is in our best interest as a country as we mark this significant milestone in Nedlac's existence. We wish you all the best in today's deliberations. Let us take the ideas that will emerge from this deliberation forward in ensuring that we deepen equitable participation and representative social dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, this thing is scary. Thank you so much, Deputy President. Before I release you, Deputy President, I think we do have guests who are participating, delegates who have joined us virtually. And I think we have deliberately muted the mics of our participants who have joined us virtually, deliberately so. But we urge our participants, our delegates, to participate by through asking questions and providing some comments during the sessions. And where we have invited speakers, you can use or utilize the question and answer function on the Zoom screen that is available for your participation. And for all those who are participating through YouTube, you are also welcome to our summit. And you can also join the YouTube link through the Nedlac website. I want to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to thank our Deputy President. And we all know that our Deputy President has a very tight schedule. But for us, for gracing this occasion, we are heartily welcome, Deputy President. You are heartily welcomed. And we thank you so much that you have been able to join us. And I must also indicate the fact that we are also joined by the Minister of Public Enterprise, who is going to be facilitating the compact signing at some point. But our Deputy President, unfortunately, is not going to be long. Actually, at this point in time, because as the program director, I have the opportunity and the power that you don't have, that I can command and direct as to when the Deputy President can leave us. So at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to once again give a round of applause to the input that was presented by the President to us. And while we're doing that, let us please stand up and rise. And while we allow the Deputy President to depart, and I will also command the Minister to take the Deputy President out in the meantime, before we proceed with our session. It's a pity we are not in a conference, we can't sing DP. Yeah. Thank you so much. A round of applause also, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I must say, ladies and gentlemen, that this partnership was put to the ultimate test. Our partnership in this Nedlac was put to the test in the past 9 months or so. So our social partners convened under Nedlac banner had come up with robust plans and interventions to ensure that the country's response to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic in a coordinated and efficient manner. So we need to acknowledge that. We will be at this point in time receiving a report from the Executive Director of Nedlac, Lisa Setfeld. But I also have seen that they begin to very far. At some point, the minister wanted me to call you to come sit closer. I've seen you all. I've seen Mr. Kinston, I've seen Ntate Chefuta, I've seen you, Ntate Njalinjali. So our participants are actually here. So we will be giving this opportunity to our executive director to take us through on the program progress so far for the past year. How far have we fared as Nedlac? And the opportunity is yours, Lisa. Can we give her a round of applause, please? And I have not said it, ladies and gentlemen, she looks beautiful today. Have you seen that? You know, only women can realize these things. Some men can't see them, but you are beautiful. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Do you want me to you want to clean this so I can come?
No?
So let me say all protocol observed, but I also want to express my appreciation in absentia now to the Deputy President for opening this annual summit. And to welcome everybody that's here in the room. It's obviously very strange under COVID conditions to be so far apart. And it is even stranger to know that there is probably up to now 200 people listening to us and watching us from all around the country. But let me also acknowledge all of you that are sitting in your offices or your homes and participating with us in this annual summit. So I'm not sure if you want to, you can see there, but anyway. So I think the Deputy President already talked about the fact that usually we hold the summit in September, but that this year we're having it later. And this really gives us an opportunity to be able to talk about not only 2019-20, but actually this year. So we've talked a lot already about context, so I'm not going to be long, but we can all acknowledge it's an unprecedented year. And if you looked at the Oxford English Dictionary, they couldn't find a single word for this year, while the Collins Dictionary decided lockdown. I also asked some of our colleagues and staff to count how many online meetings Nedlac had since March. 250 was the number, which is quite some feat. I'm not, again, I think in the pandemic, and we're all now worried about a second wave, but I think something that has been a feature of this year and definitely be a feature of next year is that we're in for a marathon. Again, I'm not going to go through these figures, but to remind all of us about the dire state of the economy, as well as the high percentage of debt that our country faces. I have quoted from the National Treasury statement in October. If we then look also at unemployment figures, this isn't a good picture at all. If you look at the graph, that line, which is a complete outlier, is the number of people who are unemployed in South Africa. And we need to be mindful of the fact that women in South Africa earn 30% less than their male counterparts. And then we've talked a lot about Eskom with its significant debt, the ongoing threat of load shedding as a result of an aging fleet of power stations. And the Deputy President also referred to the future of work, and I'm sure we'll hear more about the future of work from the ILO DG shortly. But key part of the future of work is the future of our world and the impact of climate change, which we also need to be mindful of. So with that, I want to look quickly at the overview of the 1920 financial year. This is detailed in the annual report. And if you haven't got your copy electronically, you will also be receiving a hard copy. And there are some hard copies that are on the tables for those that are here. So we have achieved a 92% achievement and an unqualified audit, although we do have some findings in respect of irregular and wasteful expenditure. And as the Minister said, we carried out our work in collaboration with social partners to ensure the outcomes are not short-term, but medium to long-term, and are mostly importantly sustainable. Some of the highlights of 1920 was the establishment of the Presidential Working Committee to ensure that the commitments of the Job Summit were implemented, the progressing of a number of Job Summit agreements, ongoing processing of legislation on policy, the establishment of the Eskom Leadership Group and the Compact that we've talked about, increasing the nature and tempo of engagements on the budget process, as well as concluding a number of internal policies and stabilizing the leadership of Nedlac. This slide refers to the key contents of the social compact, which we'll be signing later. And I think the Deputy President has already referred to this, so I will not be going into it in detail. So that brings us then to the overview of 2020. And what I've looked at here, or what we've looked at here, are the 4 focus areas of this year: responding to the pandemic, shifting from the Presidential Job Summit to economic recovery, the ongoing work into policy and legislation, and building Nedlac fit for purpose. And I think Virgil Seafield in our report summarizes what we've been able to achieve, different forms of engagement, solidified new forms of work, and importantly, put Nedlac at the forefront of critical debates. So in terms of the COVID pandemic, we started collectively on the 15th of March, setting up a Nedlac rapid response team, which has worked very actively and intensely. We had 2 special executives chaired by the president. And yes, it has been an important area of collaboration, but it hasn't been without its hiccups. And there has been many calls for more effective measures and engagement, particularly with the NAT joints and the NCCC. And I can indicate that we did have a very productive meeting on Friday. And I think that this last barrier to effective collaboration around the pandemic, with due regard to the fact that it's going to be with us for a while, is being cemented. And then there's also a quote from Kaiser, who talked about how we were able very speedily to transition to virtual platforms. So some of the achievements and progress, already I think both our political leadership referred to the COVID tours. I cannot underestimate the amount of hours of this subcommittee of COVID tours has spent, from the legal environment to the operational challenges, to worrying about foreign workers, to ensuring that over 54 billion rand has been able to be into the economy to workers. In addition to that, particularly in the early times, there was a lot of support negotiated for workers, informal workers, unemployed and distressed companies. There are still calls from the community constituency. They're very keen on a do no harm directive for informal workers and traders, which has still to be realized. And then again, I think the story of the credit guarantee scheme is not yet a success story. We still hope that it may be able to assist more companies that are in distress. In terms of health and safety, I think this has been very significant, that in a very speedy way, we have negotiated a new dispensation across the country so that workers could return safely, as well as looked at training, coordination, and surveillance. The challenge, the ongoing challenge, is around behavioral change and communication and wearing our masks correctly. Unfortunately, one of my staff, I had to ask him to go out early on because he was not wearing his mask correctly. But we all have to be ambassadors in this very gigantic task to be able to beat this pandemic. And then on opening up of the economy, we have worked with the retail sector to improve safety, significant work with the liquor industry to establish a balance between the negative health impact of alcohol use and job loss. And then we have also worked collectively around the tourism recovery. I have to say again that transport has been an important area, not necessarily so successful. And as a result, organized labor had a socioeconomic protest on the 7th of October. There was also engagement on Metro Rail and with taxi drivers. In respect of protective and personal equipment, this is the less talked about story in the context of the corruption around PPE. But in the early days, particularly business was very important in driving and ensuring that there was security of supply, initiating an innovative governance structure at the DTIC to promote and enable local production of PPEs. And there are now sufficient locally produced PPEs in almost all categories of PPEs. And less useful was the engagement with government entities to compel hospitals and police stations and the army to procure from local producers. So going forward, and this is not meant to be about Nedlac saying how we should go forward, GS of COSATU, but he did urge me to say that this is an important platform for us to talk about going forward. So I think from what the social partners have reflected, we need to be flexible and nimble and not fatigued. We need to strengthen and extend the behavioral interventions, particularly the non-pharmaceutical interventions, as well as more healthy lifestyles and eating habits, which can in general improve health outcomes. Increasingly, we've seen that there is a relationship between obesity, diabetes, and hypertension, which are all lifestyle diseases, and death and serious ill health on COVID. In terms of, there is beginning to be a discussion that there will be a post-national state of disaster, and to ensure that, we need to get surveillance right. And that really is a challenge of organized business at workplaces, as well as reorganizing work, digitalization, remote work, and industry redesign. And then in our discussion that we've been having with government more recently, there's this notion of legacy projects linked to economic recovery. This is something that all social partners, I think, would like. A new approach to liquor, gender-based violence, including shelters, the extension of social protection, building local manufacturing capacity for strategic medical assets, and safer transport in cities. And some of these themes have also been taken up in economic recovery. And then we also need to prepare for the Black Swan event. And there is a quote there also from Minister Mkhize highlighting the importance of every citizen coming on board. If we move then to, from Presidential Job Summit to economic recovery, as we emerge from the level 5 lockdown, the social partners recognized that an economic recovery plan that went beyond the Job Summit commitments were needed. B4SA, but not only B4SA, developed a very extensive recovery plan. And as a result, the president called for a forum of economic recovery where all social partners presented their plans and agreed that we needed to work on priority actions. And after an intensive process, there was a document focusing on a number of areas to build investor confidence, consumer and building confidence in the short term, and turn the economy around in the medium to long term. Now, I'm not yet sure what Ayabong Kawe is going to say just now, but there has been a criticism that many of the issues are not necessarily new. They're not enormously big. However, particularly the short term was about trying to kickstart the economy, build business confidence, and that the social partners are committed to still discuss the difficult big issues, such as, for example, greening, could I call it green energy, as one example. And then I think we all know that the president of a joint sitting of parliament announced the government's economic recovery plan. And again, he has a quote from Thulani Tsefutu, the community convener, that says that in this equation of complexity around socioeconomic challenges, social dialogue has to be our currency. I won't go these things in a lot of detail. These are the focus areas around the social partners economic recovery plan, underpinned importantly, as Martin Kingston will tell us on many occasions, that there has to be the mobilization of adequate financial and human resources, jobs and social protection, and active social partnership. And you can also see that the pillars in the government's strategy are very similar around infrastructure, energy, employment stimulus, renewed growth, and fast-tracking reforms. And here I put in a quote from the president, who says we have to have a ruthless focus on implementation, and spelt out on the 15th of October, the structures amongst us as social partners that are needed to monitor and coordinate and ensure this implementation. And I think that amongst the social partners, there is a view that what distinguishes this plan from other plans, and that is that we are going to implement it together. So implementation is kicked off. I think you may have seen there are a number of individual and collective commitments. the presidential employment stimulus, there was a press release last week, and I think business has also taken out adverts in newspapers and made a very important commitment to pay SMMEs in 30 days. And then collectively, we want to focus on and make demonstrable progress around unblocking linkages in freight and improving public transport, the implementation of the social compact in Eskom, localization, and improving the ecosystem for small business. And that is what we hope to do in the new year. The agreements for the Presidential Job Summit continue to be implemented, including the TERS system, reaching agreement on blended finance for emerging Black farmers, strengthening, expanding, and fast-tracking additional local procurement goods, unlocking local procurement in the pharmaceutical sector, supporting the removal of obstacles for the industrialization of cannabis and hemp, facilitating input into the DHE list of scarce skills, finalizing an electronic deeds registration system, and commissioning research on additional measures to assist companies in distress. Then just to go on to the third area of our work, which is about social dialogues and input into the policy and legislative process. I'm not going to go through them all, but you can see that we've been very busy. In fact, often it's easier to get more numbers of people to webinars and to have engagement around the budget process. The Deputy President already talked about the webinars on the future of work with the ILO, and we had a significant focus on Convention 190, which Cabinet last week approved the ratification of. And there's a quote from Becky Chali which indicates how much we can do if social partners make the necessary sacrifices and dedicate time and resources to Nedlac engagements. This has also been a year where we've initially, after the initial lockdown, where social partners were able to continue with their line by line look at reports on policy and legislation. On the left-hand side, there's a number of completed reports, including 2 on land. And I think the Deputy President called on us that land is an important issue to address. And on the right-hand side, quite a lot of issues, including relating to agriculture. We continue to manage the LRA Section 77 process. We concluded an application on economic crisis. There is still an application on violent crimes in the Western Cape and a new application from SAFTU on the defense and promotion of socioeconomic interests of workers and the working class in general. I thought just to put this picture of the COSATU Collective Bargaining Conference here up to show that we are able to do big meetings online. Then lastly, on Nedlac, building fit for purpose. This year, we are taking forward the work of the governance task team to renew the Nedlac Act, Constitution, and protocols. We have a renewed strategic plan and annual plan, and we are working hard on the renewed internal organization. We have built a new theory of change, which those of you active in Nedlac will see in our strategic plan, which really focuses on ensuring our organization runs efficiently, ensuring that we are able to bring social partners together, and then also to capacitate both Nedlac and social partners. And so, in conclusion, the activities of this year have focused on giving content to the concept of social compacting, even though I've hardly mentioned that word. In doing this, we may have strayed away from the strict precepts of the Nedlac Act and historical ways of doing things. When I came into the organization, they told me about tick box approach. But I believe the impact has been greater and the difference in the lives of South Africans, including and beyond the social partners, significant. Yet we now need, and this is the challenge of 2021, to move from forming and storming, of which there was a lot, to norming and consolidating performing. And I hope that the input and resolutions of this summit will enable that. So in the green, I've said what are the tick boxes we should look at going forward? Leadership with strategic acumen, not just saying we must escalate. Communication to the public, and the minister this morning was complaining to me that we had not even announced as Nedlac this summit to the public. Younger representation, maybe I'm being naughty because I'm one of the oldest people here. Greater representation, not aiming for the lowest common denominator, trying to be more innovative and risk-taking, I would say, addressing the hard issues, because we need a greater focus on the day after tomorrow. Thank you.
We are running out of time, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to introduce the next speaker. We are supposed to be having our panel, but our next speaker was supposed to be speaking at 9:40. And as it has already been referred to by the Deputy President, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously now after the Executive Director have spoken, that this year Nedlac has been seized with responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and the implementation of an economic recovery plan. So we are all aware now that the COVID-19 pandemic has also heightened the changing nature of the world of work. And it is in this context, ladies and gentlemen, that Nedlac has decided to invite this eminent person, an eminent panel of speakers, to reflect on the efforts of the social partners at Nedlac and provide some pointers to the future. And first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I would like to be inviting to the stage at some point in a minute or so, the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Guy Ryder, who will talk about the future of work. And I must say, in short, I'm not gonna read the entire CV of Mr. Guy Ryder, it is too long, but we all know that Mr. Guy Ryder comes from organized labor. He has led the ILO with distinction, especially during the celebration of the ILO centenary. Those who were there will remember our minister was participating there. Remember at that time that South Africa has taken a very large delegation to the centenary celebrations. And he came up with the concept, Mr. Guy Ryder is the one who came up with this concept of the future of work in the ILO. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at this point in time going to request Mr. Guy Ryder, who's joining us on a virtual platform. I'm sure we are going to be able to see him on the screen. Our technical people, is Mr. Guy Ryder ready? Mr. Guy Ryder, hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well, I'm well.
I think we met in Geneva recently, or was it recently or before the COVID happens? Welcome back. And you are welcome to address our people. Here is our minister, and we have just been addressed by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. So it is really indeed a pleasure and honor for us also to have you from the ILO to address this session. We've got around just above close to 200 people on virtual platform who have joined us, and around here we've got almost 20 people because you know of the COVID regulations. But let me take this opportunity to welcome you heartily, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Programme Manager. Good morning to everybody. Indeed, I've been following proceedings so far with the greatest interest here in Geneva. Honourable Tulas Nyesi, Minister of Employment and Labour, Honourable Boitumelo Moloi, Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, Ms. Lisa Seftel, Executive Director of Nedlac, Mr. Martin Kingston, Executive Chair of Business Unity South Africa, and all representatives of the business constituency, Mr. Bheki Nshalan-Shali, Secretary General of COSATU, member of the ILO governing body, and all members of the Labour constituency, Mr. Thulani Shafuta, the representative of the community constituency, distinguished participants, dear friends. Let me begin by saying how honoured I am by this opportunity to participate in the 25th Nedlac Annual National Summit, and I want to convey to all of you the greetings and best wishes of the International Labour Organization. The Deputy President of South Africa reminded us just a few minutes ago that one of the very first decisions of the first democratic parliament of South Africa in 1994, was to establish Nedlac. And that decision reflected a very clear choice, the choice to overcome the baleful legacy of apartheid and of colonialization, and to promote growth, equity, and participation through the joint efforts of government, business, trade unions, and the community through social dialogue and consensus building. And this South African choice was exactly the same choice that had been made 75 years earlier by the founders of the International Labour Organization, the choice to overcome the heritage of global conflict and to build social justice as a necessary precondition of lasting peace in the world through tripartite joint action. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that time and experience have demonstrated the wisdom of these truly historic choices. It isn't that social dialogue is the easy path, far from it, but it is assuredly the right path. And these are parallel histories were very much on our minds last year, 2019, when the centenary of the International Labour Organization, of course, coincided with the centenary of President Mandela. These are not occasions to be wasted, and as the world celebrated Nelson Mandela, the ILO set about the task of working out the future of work that we all want. And President Ramaphosa, together with the Prime Minister of Sweden, Mr. Stefan Löfven, co-chaired our Global Commission on the Future of Work, paving the way to the adoption by the International Labour Conference of the ILO Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work. This declaration is our route map to the future. And in it, ladies and gentlemen, you will find at the heart an agenda of investments. Investments in people and their capacities, skilling, reskilling, lifelong learning, universal social protection. Investments in the institutions of work, as new organization of work, whole new forms of work appear and need to be governed effectively. And then investment, crucially, in the jobs of the future, so that we can make a reality of decent work for all. And I think here of green jobs, of the care economy, of infrastructure, physical, social, and digital. But grappling as we were last year with the mega drivers of transformative change at work, and they've been mentioned by the Deputy President, globalization, demographic shifts, climate change, technology and digitalization, none of us saw coming the cataclysm that was about to strike our societies and the world of work. The future of work arrived more quickly than we could possibly have imagined. And in addition to the tragic loss of life around the world, the ILO's best estimate is that at the end of this year, the equivalent of some 245 million full-time jobs will have been destroyed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now that is significantly less than the 495 million jobs lost in the second quarter of this year. But it nevertheless means that we will come to the end of this extraordinary year deep in the most devastating economic and social crisis in living memory. Global income from labor is down by nearly 11%. That is 3.5 trillion US dollars of earnings lost. And for the world's 2 billion unprotected informal workers, 6 out of every 10 workers in the world, this is a humanitarian crisis, one where survival itself is at stake. And women, youth, and the low paid, and the most vulnerable at work have had to bear the heaviest burden. Colleagues, all of us are called to respond to this drama, by which I know South Africa has not been spared. So let me applaud Nedlac and all of its members for the agility that you have shown in pivoting from the implementation of the commitments of the President's Jobs Summit to the promotion of economic recovery in South Africa. And here again, the parallel with the ILO's own actions is striking. Because last month, our governing body agreed to launch a process for human-centered recovery from the COVID-19 crisis, with next year's International Labour Conference adopting what needs to be a crucially important outcome document. And let me make an appeal to you here. South Africa's voice, authority, and influence is badly needed in this process, because this global pandemic requires a global response. And I have to say, and there is some contrast with what happened during the financial crisis of 2008, that global response has to date been very clearly insufficient. We have seen governments across the world mobilizing their efforts and their resources to stimulate their economies, to support jobs, businesses, and incomes, to protect working people. And collectively, it is today estimated that they have spent nearly 12 trillion US dollars on these tasks. But the reality is that overwhelmingly, each of them has acted individually and in isolation. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, inevitably, that whilst most developed economies have been able to do quite a lot, the emerging and developing world has done a great deal less, and the least developed countries very little at all. President Ramaphosa has spoken clearly and eloquently and advocated powerfully the compelling need to mobilize international financing to meet the economic and the social emergency that we face together. Debt service suspension has already been agreed internationally, but it will only take us a rather small part of the way. A great deal more needs to be done. And the international community's reflexes of solidarity and of common purpose are today tested as they have rarely been before. And I think we need to be clear. Inaction will condemn the world to a future trajectory of higher unemployment, greater inequality, increased poverty, unsustainable debt, and in all probability, more political tension and greater human insecurity. But that does not have to happen, because by acting now and by acting together, we can put the world on the higher road of achieving the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And I have to say that this is the path that the ILO wishes to contribute to. Our path will be triangulated by our centenary declaration on the future of work, by our COVID-19 response processes, and by the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. This is the challenge before us. But I have to say that this ambitious international agenda will only stand if it can be built on strong national foundations. And I believe also that it needs to be embedded in democratic and participatory processes of social dialogue. And it is precisely for these reasons that Nedlac's record of past achievement and present endeavor is so important and so inspirational. We should not delude ourselves. Social dialogue is hard work. It does not always produce immediate results, nor is it a guarantee or a vaccine against episodes of disagreement and even of conflict. That is in the nature of social dialogue. And so it is that in the current COVID crisis, we have seen around the world quick and encouraging use of social dialogue come under increasing strain to deal with the crisis as problems persist, resources become scarce, hardship increases, and frankly, patience sometimes begins to run out. In South Africa, we have seen you stay the course. And naturally, having a permanent institutional framework in Nedlac has been crucial underpinning for the resilience of social dialogue in your country. This said, you are to be applauded for the shared commitment to ensure that your council remains fit for purpose. Honest self-evaluation is the best, indeed the indispensable safeguard for ensuring that social dialogue does not atrophy or descend into simple formalities, box-ticking processes, as you have said. And yes, this is not always easy to do, but it is a sign of confidence, responsibility, and relevance to proceed in this way. I really want to encourage you in this. And indeed, the best testimony to Nedlac's relevance, its dynamism, the added value that it brings and has brought over the years is to be found not only in the quality of its organizational performance, although I have to say that meeting 92% of the relevant indicators is a score that many, including the ILO, would envy. Rather, this relevance is reflected in the importance of the issues which you have addressed and that you are addressing. The ILO has, for example, been privileged to accompany Nedlac in issues of such crucial significance as the national minimum wage, a national social security fund, the development and the capacities of young women leaders, and a great deal more. And I want to assure the Executive Director that the services of our organization, both in Pretoria and here internationally, will continue to be at the service of Nedlac. And on your current agenda, social compacting for economic recovery in the time of COVID-19, pointers to the future, is included, of course, the signing of the framework agreement on supporting Eskom for inclusive economic growth. This stands firmly in line with the traditions and the ambitions of the last 25 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion, and my own conclusion, has to be that Nedlac continues to be the critical actor in the construction of the united, open, socially just and democratic South Africa that was envisaged at the time it was founded in 1994, and that is needed today as much as it has been at any time in your history. So allow me to conclude by congratulating you on everything that you have done to date and to encourage you in everything that you will be doing today and in the future. I wish you all success. Good luck, and thank you once more for the honor that you give me of speaking to you this morning. Thank you.
Please, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to thank you once more, our Director General of the ILO, Guy Ryder. Thank you so much for always being there for us when we need you the most, for always supporting us. You have always been there when we want some information. You are always part of us, but it's also at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, Immediately we will allow Mr. Guy Ryder to step off the stage because he's got also other engagements. So remember also our time zones, and we are going to allow him to step out of our session. And let's give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think I can see better now. I can see clearly now. I can see you, Minister. Yeah, at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ndate Joel Netitense, the Executive Director of the Mapungube Institute for Strategic Reflections, or MISTRA, and he is going to be reflecting on social compacting. And as a previous senior public servant, including a CEO of the GCIS, you might also know, and is currently also one of the longest serving member of the national, the ruling party's National Executive Committee. And he is an intellectual of note, I must say. He has written extensively on the need for a social compact in South Africa, and he holds a Master of Science degree in Financial Economics, and is a visiting professor at Wits University School of Governance. And he will also later he is going to be followed by our ambassador, Her Excellency Metenjiwe Mtinso, ambassador to Spain. But let us, at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause and welcome Ndate Joel Netitense to give us a talk. We are running out of time. I will also request our panelists to also take it, make it snappy, and at least each we can give you 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I'm being generous, actually. A round of applause to welcome Mr. Joel Netitense. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity and all protocol observed. My issue is on social compacting, and the presentation proceeds from the premise that social compacting is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. And in the case of South Africa, that end state is defined in the Constitution with its various generations of human rights. As we pursue those ideals, each phase of our journey will present its own challenges, and it is in that context that social compacting is required. And it is a voluntary agreement for mutual benefit between government and sectors of society. So what are the major dynamics in this phase in South Africa? One, negative per capita growth for the last few years, worsened by COVID-19. Two, poor social indicators, including a poverty rate that, according to Statistics South Africa, has been edging up between 2011 and 2015. It is estimated that globally, because of the pandemic, the cost of poverty reduction will be set back by about 3 years. And three, a reversal in the progress to build a legitimate, ethical, and capable state because of intense corruption and state capture, also laid bare by the pandemic. And so our socio-economic task is not just about correcting small weaknesses. It is fundamentally about picking up a political economy battered by a once-in-a-century event. We need to stem the decline and introduce new measures. If there was any burning platform needed to nudge leaders towards a social compact, there cannot be a hotter one today. The Reconstruction and Recovery Plan contains the major interventions that are required. And there's other work that the executive director referred to. And I would want to make this observation that Nedlac this year has commendably asserted its role in dealing with strategic issues. This is as distinct from focus on technical matters that previously seemed to consume virtually all of its time and energy. I will rush quickly through 4 pillars of a social compact with emphasis on economic issues. In my view, but we should include such matters as manufacturing of supplies for infrastructure programs in South Africa and the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, and integrate these into global value chains, and also consider new technologies like the hydrogen economy and fuel cell technology. In my view, there should also be more systematic support to informal businesses, taking advantage of the registration process that took place during the lockdown. And these businesses are owned mostly by women. And when we talk about job creation, we should think about the unemployed workers we have. For instance, by expanding SEZs and industrial parks, and attached to that will be benefits and sacrifices. Second pillar is about a decent standard of living. This is broadly identified in the Constitution, and in the National Development Plan, it's elaborated upon. And I think there should be serious dialogue on this concept of a decent standard of living as a national objective. With regard to education, the state has got a responsibility to provide infrastructure, but the teachers also have to accept some system of monitoring. With regard to the health sector, there should be social solidarity in the form of NHI, but the state has got a responsibility to improve the public health system. There would also be matters to do with the minimum wage, reducing income differentials, dealing with the apartheid special tax on black workers because of transport costs. And we also need to reflect on whether we should not be learning from Germany with regard to worker shareholding and board representation. The third pillar is on a capable state. It should be able to develop a vision. It should improve its popular legitimacy by meeting its mandates and through ethical conduct. It should ensure that the size of the executive is appropriate, and they should be at the apex of government, an authority that can marshal all of government behind the plan, so that we eliminate departmental fiefdoms. And lastly, the state should commit to building a professional bureaucracy. And this includes the systems proposed in the NDP on how to appoint senior managers. The fourth pillar is on societal leadership. All the social partners, particularly civil society in this regard, need to play their role, yes, in pursuing their interests, but also in protecting and defending the commons. In addition to these 4 pillars, the partners need to ensure what I would call coalescence around essence. In other words, as we clamor for quick wins, we should not lose sight of the conceptual questions by burying our heads in a welter of detail. The fundamental question here is, how can we re-engineer an economic structure inherited from colonialism? As we know, globally there is capitalism and capitalism, with variants in Southeast Asia, Scandinavia, Germany, the Anglo-Saxon model, and so on. We need a courageous debate on this conceptual question. And attached to this will be choices that will need to be made and responsibilities for the state and other leaders. To conclude, what about sacrifices under current conditions? I will just cite some crude examples for purposes of illustration. For the business community, in what way can the COVID-19 winners, such as ICT and data providers, and those who develop and handle vaccines, give back to society? Or should there be a global windfall tax? With regard to workers, given that the facilitators of state capture cleverly and carelessly extended populist benefits to employees within some state institutions, how do we handle the difficulties in relation to public service pay and an unsustainable personnel budget at the SABC, for instance? For civil society and communities, how can we mobilize in support of law enforcement agencies and help to disrupt the disruptors? Further, as we strengthen social security, how do we ensure a commitment from communities to pay for what they use beyond the agreed levels of free basic services as intimated in the ESCOM Compact? These are random examples to underline the point that social compacting is about give and take. And in this period, we also face a threat common to reforming government. As people get exhausted with the long march, and as some sectors pursue maximum benefits for their own constituency, this can lead to a collapse of the renewal process. Let me just say to end up that perhaps Nedlac needs to consider how it can play a more effective strategic role. And two organizational questions arise in this regard. Firstly, how do we broaden the council system of representation? For instance, what about the second largest union federation? And are the unemployed adequately represented? Secondly, for Nedlac, is it appropriately structured to deal with high-level issues? In addition to the existing chambers, should it have a small overarching forum that focuses on strategic issues? So my central message is that the current conjuncture demands of us visionary leadership across society and boldness to take firm decisions, some of which may in the short term be unpopular with our constituencies. Even when things are difficult, we should strive to create hope and build trust across society. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was really a very highly charged up presentation. And I take it that we have all listened, all the participants from Nedlac have listened to what Ndate Jewel is saying, actually challenging all of us. What I've captured, among others, Minister, is the fact that we need a courageous debate. A courageous debate to discuss some of the issues as he has raised. Maybe we might want to make the cycle bigger in Nedlac with reference to what you have said in terms of those other federations that might not necessarily be part to Nedlac. So, and on civil society, and because our Nedlac partners are going to be presenting civil society and community, how do you help to disrupt the disruptors in the community, and those challenges that he has posed also to our business partners. I think we have all captured the essence of what he has said. I think at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, oh, I thought you can see me when I'm here. Huh? No. I think earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen that we had been having a large number of our virtual participants, but the numbers have been actually shrinking because depending on who is on the podium, I think a large number of our audience was who at the time the Deputy President was speaking and at the time the Minister was opening up, and those who were also listening to Mr. Guy Ryder, and the numbers are shrinking. I've seen now we are at 144 at some point. Remember, we have asked people on virtual platform to send questions that needs to be responded to. I think so far we've got only one question, and I'm sure we will respond to it on those who have logged in. There are those who will be actually speaking on this matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this point in time to then bring or call up to the stage on virtual platform, of course, with an international perspective, our ambassador to Spain, Her Excellency Metenjwe Mtinso, who's going to be addressing us on how Spain has responded to COVID-19 pandemic. And we felt that, Nedlac felt that together ourselves, that it was important to gain this perspective from someone who's no stranger to South African life. And Ambassador Mtinso's brief CV is such that she's currently serving our interest in Spain as an ambassador, and previously was the ambassador to Malawi, Romania, Italy, and Cuba. And she's the former chairperson of the Commission on Gender Equality and the former ANC Secretary, Deputy Secretary General. She holds a master's degree in public management and development studies from Wits University. And I call upon at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause to welcome our ambassador, Her Excellency, who's going to be joining us on virtual platform. The stage is yours, ma. Re a go amogela gape mo gae, ma. Re a leboga.
Thank you very much, Program Director. All protocol is observed. I'm in a bit of a disadvantage, Program Director, because you have now said you have 5 minutes for us. And I had been asked to prepare an input for 15 minutes. So I will try as much as I can to fit in with your...
Are you able to adjust your screen a bit and shift into the center?
At the center. Okay, I'm now at the center, am I?
But it needs to either go down, either you bring forth your gadget closer to yourself, down, yes. Now we can see you properly. Thank you. Thank you so much. You were good the first time, yes, that's better.
As I was saying, Chair, Program Director, I will probably just make the original presentation available for Nedlac. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address this 25th Annual Nedlac Summit. It's already been said it occurs in the midst of the pandemic, but it also is occurring during the 16 days of activism for no violence against women. As we all know, gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa has regrettably also reached what we may term an epidemic level. And I hope this platform will also address that. I urge all of us today, especially the men, to commit to play their part in the ending of this war against women and children. I've been asked to briefly reflect on some experiences of how Spain is addressing the pandemic. The pandemic has reminded us that human life is fragile, that as human beings who are interconnected, that our destiny is linked. In our South African context, the pandemic should have reinforced our philosophy of Ubuntu. Though, and regrettably, Ubuntu seems to have vanished. It is critical, as we reflect as Nedlac in this summit, that we search deeply into our souls to resuscitate the fundamentals of Ubuntu and Umtu Ngumtu Ngabantu. The pandemic has also accentuated the deep-seated realities of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, which are confronting the masses of our people. The United Nations Secretary General, Senior Antonio Guterres, aptly characterized these realities when he says, I quote, "The pandemic has demonstrated the fragility of our world. It is exposing fallacies and falsehoods everywhere. The lie that free markets can deliver health care for all. The fiction that unpaid work is not work. The delusion that we live in a post-racist world. The myth that we're all in the same boat. Because while we are all floating on the same sea, it's clear that some of us are in super yachts while others are clinging to the floating debris." Close quotes. Last month, President Cyril Ramaphosa unveiled the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, aimed at stimulating equitable and inclusive growth of our economy. We must give credit to Nedlac for bringing most of the stakeholders on board in an effective social compact to rebuild our economy. We also thank Nedlac for the initiative on social compact to support Eskom to be signed later today, as well as other initiatives. While the plan has noble intentions, I wish to point out just a few of its limitations, which hopefully Nedlac and this summit can take on board. And I will make some comparisons with Spain's Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan. Chairperson, because of the time, I will not be able to dwell on this. But I'll just pick up 2 points that are critical for me. Firstly, we must always remember that in the South African context, the super yachts referred to by Senor Guterres were built on the dispossession and suffering of the Black majority and the Africans in particular. COVID-19 has entrenched the deep-seated structural and systemic crisis of unemployment, inequality, poverty, patriarchy, and gender-based violence and femicide that existed prior to the outbreak. Thus, our response has to holistically and comprehensively resolve this quintuple crisis. The tendency is to refer only to the three, which is unemployment, inequality, poverty. And yet, running across these is patriarchy and the gender-based violence. Secondly, the people that, according to Mr. Guterres, are clinging to the floating debris are mainly the poor Black women living in the townships, rural areas, and informal settlements. These women ply their vocation under precarious conditions, eking a living by selling amagunya and so on, maneuvering around transport system that is erratic and expensive, facing the onslaught of toxic masculinity and the prospect of being attacked on their way home. As we know, 60% of South African Black households are led by women. Gender-based violence has reached pandemic level, as said. It is reported that every 3 hours, a woman is killed in South Africa. And between July and September this year, close to 12,000 women have been sexually assaulted. This is the human face behind the pandemic in South Africa. Though the recovery plan attempts to address this, it does so in a manner that seems not to fully comprehend that the Black women living in the townships, rural and informal areas are the majority of the poor, of the unemployed, are the majority of those who are at the bottom rung of inequality, and who are most negatively impacted upon by COVID-19. The drafters of the plan do not seem to have internalized the fact that the litmus test for the success of any recovery plan is the improvement of the lives of these women living in the margins of society. Fortunately, as we today discuss Nedlac's theme of pointers to the future, we can still contribute towards putting the interests of these women at the center of what has to be done, not in an add-on, by-the-way manner. We can learn from the Spanish recovery plan that, for instance, I quote, realizes that gender equality is a fundamental factor of growth, not only as an element of justice and social balance, but also as a factor of productivity and GDP potential, as it leverages the capacities of more than 50%, close quote. The Spanish plan seeks to employ what they call a feminist approach, which puts women at the center of their transformation agenda. This they recognize as fundamental to facilitating the recovery, accelerated growth, and building of resilience of their communities and country. The feminist approach, feminism here simply defined as commitment to and struggle for women's emancipation, gender equality, and a just society, is a response to reports such as the Lancet report on infectious diseases that highlights the fact that, I quote, the pandemic is deepening pre-existing inequalities, exposing vulnerabilities in social, political, and economic systems, which are in turn amplifying the impacts of the pandemic. Across the globe, women earn less, save less, hold less secure jobs, are more likely to be employed in the informal sector. There is now, Chairperson, a global consensus about the character of our world, which Senor Guterres characterizes as the millennia of patriarchy. It is within this context of imbalanced social relations that are based on patriarchy that Nedlac has to consider the intersectionality of these deep-seated inequalities, as we all have to infuse our policies, social compacts, and programs with a feminist approach, which is the only way to address the devastating effects of patriarchy. The full impact of COVID-19 on the informal sector economy, which comprises approximately 2.9 workers, excluding agriculture, and which amounts to approximately 1/5 of employed South Africans, has yet to be comprehensively understood. Unfortunately, the recovery plan leans on an insistence on mainly the regulation of the sector and not on how the sector can be utilized to leverage and increase economic participation of the majority. In contrast, the Spanish plan explores levers for sustainable growth and inclusive growth through, for instance, I quote, 30 projects or lines of action that articulate in a comprehensive and complementary way the different drivers of structural reform, both in regulatory and investment terms. The South African plan appears to be focusing mainly on the big picture, the big plans, the big expenditure items, the big infrastructure projects. Less attention appears to have been paid to small incremental interventions that can nonetheless make a major impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans, especially women and the youth. For instance, the plan talks about improving the ports, the rail infrastructure, expanding access to ICT and broadband, all of which are very important. But no mention is made of improving the trading areas where our women, young girls, and young boys in the informal economy make a living by selling vegetables and other consumer goods. Dr. Ntabiseng Moleko and Professor Mark Swelling argue that, I quote, continuing on the current path, relying on mainstream economic thinking and use of existing microeconomic solutions is unlikely to deliver different outcomes in the future. They therefore propose a solution I think we could seriously consider, which is that, I quote, to overcome stagnation of the economy, which has been deepened by COVID-19 and the national lockdown, the South African government must boldly look to drafting new economic policies that can deliver on the vision set out in the NDP. I will jump all these other examples from Spain, Program Director, because you have given me 5 minutes, so I can come to my conclusion. Today, as we mark the 25th annual summit of Nedlac, we cannot continue with old solutions that cannot be economically sustained, and rather, we must develop empowering mechanisms that can break the cycle of reproducing poverty. Nedlac has to play its critical role in the transformation and recovery agenda. And of course, it has to be fit for the purpose. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mayor Warona, Your Excellency, Mayor Tenjiwe Mtinso. Thank you for honoring our invitation to participate in our dialogue. Minister, re a mo lebogisa, re a mo lebogela, re a leboga gore mme wa rona bana le rona. Thank you so much. I'm not going to be dissecting everything that she spoke about. I think all of us, we are clued up with issues, but I also want to respond to those who are putting up questions for us to answer to them, and those who are participating virtually to also say to them, we are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we share with them all the presenters' inputs to all those who were participating, so that they are also able, and we'll also put in the website of Nedlac all the speakers' notes. We'll make sure that we do that. But most importantly, what I've captured that I think needs to find expression within Nedlac social partners, Minister, is the fact that our Excellency talks about the issues that are gender-based related, gender-based violence, femicide, but some things that we have overlooked for some time, the issues of patriarchy, which also exacerbates the problems. But I think our social partners need to look deeper into some of the issues as highlighted. And either we want to go the feminist way. Are we ready for that in South Africa or not? It's something else, but also through Ubuntu. What happened to our Ubuntu, where umuntu ngumuntu gabantu, you are because I am because you are. So that is vanishing amongst us. So there's a need to look back as to what went wrong with this noble concept of Ubuntu. But let me not take a lot of your time, ladies and gentlemen. At this point in time, I want us to give a round of applause as we welcome up the stage. I think in this session, we do have amongst us Ntate Ayabonga Kawe. I might be spelling your name wrong, Mr. Kawe. Kawe. He's an economist himself. He's a columnist. He's a broadcaster. He's an activist. Columnist, no, not communist. He's a broadcaster, he's an activist, and managing director of Tashibe Holdings Pty Ltd, a platform involved in advisory, facilitation, and content development across a wide range of fields. He holds an MCom cum laude in development theory and policy from VETS. So you will know if a person, which means he's a very clever someone. So he is going to be sharing with us his experience about what we are talking about here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once more give a round of applause again to Ndati. Hola.
I was going to check if my mic is on, but I can hear it's on. Minister Nglesi, Deputy Minister Moloi, the representatives of the social partners who are here, and to all the, as the President says, fellow South Africans who are joining us on the Zoom platform. A good morning to you all. I must say, I mean, it's a tall ask to speak after Umamutenji, where Ndate Maibuye, Mr. Nechitenze, and even, you know, a worker leader like Guy Ryder. But I guess as the younger of the four, the brief was very unequivocal that I must speak about the future, which is a pity, because there's always this expectation that because we are young, that we must be the ones who think about that future. So, Lisa, I want to thank you and the team at Nedlac for the invite, the generous invite to come and reflect on some of the tasks of our economic recovery and the current moment of uncertainty. I do understand at DM that I've got 5 minutes. So what I will do, I will take what Mamtenji has done as well and share my speaking remarks. I wish to say that the path of our economic recovery is one that requires that we focus on our immediate tasks of reconstruction and recovery. Our policy priorities at the moment are around ensuring energy security, a thriving industrial base that creates employment, a mass public employment program, and an infrastructure-led program that can ensure that we enable the digital transformation and the revival of our tourism sector. That is the recovery program, and those are some of the priorities. But of course, the reality of it is that the impact of COVID-19 has been transferred and transmuted onto the labor market in a manner that is part and parcel of the unfolding planetary crisis that manifests itself in social strife, material need, division, and ecological devastation. COVID, I must venture to say, is but one part of the many crises that our economy, society will have to deal with. Those who know tell us that these crises will be more severe, frequent, and life-threatening. The world, it might seem, is teaching us a lesson that the bounds of what Achille Mbembe calls the religion of the market and its corollary in consumption hedonism have limitations and bounds. That there are bounds to what we can accumulate, what we can consume, bounds to what costs we can shift to the environment, and what costs we can shift to the working class and the poor. So while many might clamor for a hope for a recovery that brings us very close to the pre-COVID-19 reality, our current moment and the weight of expectation of our people requires that we be courageous in seeking out a more just and a more inclusive path to this new normal. I want to focus my brief reflections on 2 areas: the possibilities of a mass public employment program that can deal in a context of weak market labor demand with the challenge of getting our people into gainful employment. And the second element, of course, is the linkages between this and the infrastructure-led recovery program that is being pursued. I think the colleagues and comrades who are here to sign an accord on Eskom are better placed to speak on some of the questions around energy security and other areas. On infrastructure, one need only go to many of our towns and cities to understand that there is a massive infrastructure gap where it's needed the most. It's the gap that is in the areas that can catalyze the building of new factories, sinking of new shafts, and the deployment of new connectivity that can link many of our people to digital commerce. In some cases, we're not even talking about tolled highways and byways, high-speed internet and trains, but graded access roads that can link kin and neighbor in many of the places we come from, access roads that make local transport and agricultural enterprise possible. It's the kind of infrastructure that can make a brick-making operation a viable one. The kind of infrastructure that, as we are encouraged, brings many of the shovel-ready programs online. And without a doubt, we know that many of these programs are going to inject much-needed stimulus into industrial subsectors of our economy that are linked to the built environment. What we must also emphasize is that these must also be linked to the building and the maintenance of community infrastructure and the exploration of mass employment in new areas: early childhood development, the digital economy, the green and the waste economy, and the creative and cultural sectors of our country. This is informed by a recognition that these new areas are able to forge ground at a time when the traditional arena of labor market demand is under increasing pressure. For these investments to materialize, we first have to understand the current state of the institutions that give effect to this commitment. In this way, infrastructure not only serves to lower transaction costs and to improve the competitiveness of local economies, but it also serves as a means of gainfully employing many of those who are in need of work. In some instances, we have sought to straddle our public employment programs with lofty skills development targets, when essentially they serve a complementary income relief and social security function, rather than a pedagogic function. At a macroeconomic level, they present a demand stabilizing function in the areas where we have seen our warehouses overgrown with weeds, where factories resemble industrial museums with rust and neglected equipment. Nowhere is this challenge more pronounced than in my own home province of the Eastern Cape, where it certainly shows itself in the employment numbers that came out in the third quarter QLFS, where we see that the workforce in the province of the Eastern Cape, while growing by 470,000 work seekers between 2009 and 2020, that there have been 30,000 less jobs for this workforce by 2020. In many ways, we have gone backwards, and COVID-19 has further sharpened many of these fault lines. And our infrastructure program and attendant employment that is expected from this program will not materialize if we only think of infrastructure in narrow terms as bridges, roads, pipes, and towers. In a way, infrastructure also has to be about building the institutions that can serve a strong stabilizing function in times of crisis, where in the current moment, the crisis is that of demand, and in the labor market, of structural long-term unemployment. It must be then about building the personnel, processes, and other frameworks that can deliver what is useful and socially necessary. It must be an infrastructure that responds to the day-to-day messy tasks of social reproduction. The tasks of the despondent work seeker who's anxious for their next bus fare, the teaching assistants, the data gatherers, the early childhood development assistants, the care workers, and the pharmacy assistants who are carrying chronic medication to many of our grandmothers. As Comrade Tenjue has said, I think we need to internalize that the litmus test of any recovery plan is going to be its impact on many of those who have shouldered the burden of adjustment, who are in the main Black, working class, and female. This approach to rethinking what infrastructure might mean and look like, and linking it to institutional agility and capability, requires us to face up to a few facts of the situation. These are the facts that, in my considered view, Nedlac and those in the executive and the legislature, and many other social partners in business, in labor, and community are going to have to respond to. And the first fact is that many of our state-owned entities who are critical players in network industries, who in the main ideally should be driving the investment across those sectors, are on an unsustainable path of negative growth in capital expenditure across key areas. While the speedier granting of water use licenses, the expansion of the BPO sector, unlocking of e-visas for tourists in key destinations, and other measures are welcomed by many in the investor community, we must ask at this difficult moment about the efficacy of public investment and whether what many of those in labor have suggested over the last few decades as an investment strike by the private sector is not also finding expression in many of our SOEs. Our SOEs are necessary players in network industries, but disappoint in terms of the capex that can raise the long-term industrial profile of our country. The SABC spent 3 times less on annual capital spending in 2020 as they did in 2016. Eskom has restricted its capex to improve liquidity, and in so doing, slashed the capex funding to more than half of what it was in 2016, from 52 billion rand to 23 billion. PRASA sits on 20 billion rand in unspent capital spending, and all these resources, were they to be deployed, would not only realize great economic value, but also intervene in the unfolding social crisis many of our people are living through. Add to this the challenge faced by many of our municipalities, many of whom are no longer viable and whose capital spending is largely financed through subnational transfers rather than any own revenue, and you have the makings of a perfect storm. The second fact is that the declining allocations at subnational level that go to many of our provinces and municipalities will stymie the pace and the scale of the recovery at a local level and further replicate disinvestment that we're seeing elsewhere. At a macroeconomic level, we know that local government spending, in particular capital spending, is a critical counter-cyclical tool in the hands of our government in the recovery phase of COVID-19 and beyond. And yet, in a context of low revenues and in practice, historical challenges in spending this money, and the negative impact that this has on service infrastructure in poor municipalities, it creates a pathway that entrenches weak service coverage, limited own revenue mobilization, and the underdevelopment of many of these areas. This constrained macro-fiscal environment compels many of us to consider how non-transfer sources of financing and resource mobilization can be brought to bear, to deal with what I call the long-run capex gap. Now, you might be asking yourself, what am I talking about? The capex funding gap is the difference between the municipal capital spending needs, so the needs to build roads, the needs to build social and economic infrastructure, and of course, the locally and externally generated funds and intergovernmental transfers. What we know is that the scale and the path of intergovernmental transfers is one that is on a rapid decline, and that many of the municipalities cannot access capital markets or any externally generated funds to respond to their low own revenue mobilization. And so what happens during this moment where we are debating a recovery is that in essence, this capex funding gap widens, and effectively this has implications for delivery at a local level. So surely if we can use the unfortunately underutilized credit guarantee scheme, where less than 10% has been lent, then a similar guarantee scheme ought to be considered by the Treasury and the Central Bank to be considered for municipal financing through the DFIs. Further, such DFIs and that support should focus on weaker municipalities who are unable to access capital markets to fund their capital expenditures through the district development model. The third fact is that these structural weaknesses in state agencies and an aggressive path of fiscal consolidation and austerity will reinforce the crisis rather than prevent it. We know that the public employment work that we see, the budgets for EPWP, CWP, and many other programs on whose back much of our recovery relies in a context of weak market labor demand, is that many of these programs, the ability to absorb many work seekers, relies on the vagaries of state budgets and the administrative capacity and controls to ensure that projects come online and are completed within projected time and cost limits. Yet in a context of declining allocations and structural weaknesses in our SOEs, the issue is not only how these projects are funded, but also the institutional features of the organizations who implement them. Critical to the capacitation of these institutions is the need for the intentional disruption of collusive relationships and an extractive political economy that exists at a micro level in many of our municipalities, which is akin to the capture of key directorates in municipalities for the narrow benefit of local elites. This in many ways requires many local Nedlacs, if I can put it that way, that are premised on dialogue, deliberation, and mutual cooperation. It is Nedlac in this difficult task that must engage the criticism that Nedlac, as Mr. Chefuta has said, is an elite club of friends like these. It is also Nedlac that must hold the line when we feel our democratic breakthrough is under attack, when collective bargaining as a social institution is seemingly under attack. We also know that many workers in the South African workplace, many of them young, like myself, are faced with the unilateral determination of wage and work conditions. This picture has become worse since 2011, if we look at some of the statistics that are coming out of our National Statistics Agency. In a way, Nedlac must mean something as a platform to resolve some of these issues to the workers who are on the receiving end of this. This culture of dialogue and collective problem solving and the resolution of issues at a local level must be brought to bear to strengthen the links between our local authorities and industry at a time of deep mutual distrust and the fracturing of our broader social compact where it matters most. At a local level where our people live, work, and play. It cannot be correct that local business chambers and municipal councils are often in courts, with municipalities placed under administration with destabilizing outcomes for many people in these areas. As I conclude, I wish to make a few remarks and to note the work that continues at Nedlac and wish it all the best in those tasks, be they debates on the Integrated Resource Plan, the implementation of the Job Summit Framework Agreement, or the Economic Transport Regulation Bill. May Nedlac, as it considers its future, continue to work in the areas that require this intense dialogue, deliberation, and cooperation, so that we can strengthen the formulation of policy in this country, but also strengthen its credibility in the eyes of our people. Further, I wish to say that in this moment of crisis, it is encouraging that rather than digging our heads in the sand, we are confronting the crises brought about by years of underinvestment in many of our state agencies and SOEs. May this compact that will be signed here be followed by other deliberative strides in many of our water boards, passenger rail agency, our SABC, our aerospace player, Denal, and many others. And I certainly wish all at Nedlac and the social partners strength and fortitude in undertaking many of these tasks. Yabulela kakhulu, Nkosi.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a challenge to deal with young people. It's a serious challenge to deal with young people. Very challenging, Minister. We are challenging the status quo. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I'm going to be calling our social partners to come upstage because we will be having reflections from our social partners, and I'm sure we'll also take up the stage up so that when our social partners make their inputs, they will also make a reflection. I can't thank you more, Ndate Ayanda Kawe. You are very young, but your ideas are very big, and we we thank you for sharing your thoughts for the future and for the world of work. And I think the way you are challenging us, I think we have to take it. And Mr. Chefuta, you must be worried because everybody has, I think they are quoting you now. Whether for right reasons or wrong reasons is something else. But I think so far, I think it was for good reasons. And I think I like the idea of the mini Nedlacs, such a possibility to cascade what you do here down to our people, maybe through the district development model that has been introduced by government. And which means you need to be doing what we do. The president has deployed all ministers and deputy ministers to different municipalities, district municipalities and metros. I'm deployed in Buffalo City now. There's an upsurge now in Buffalo City. I'm sure you are aware. I think our minister is deployed in KZN in some place there. So we are all, none of us is to be seen idling. So I think you can also do the same in Nedlac, actually, to make sure that you deploy yourselves to provinces and make sure that what you do here also is cascaded down and has an impact, because it seems as if we are far from the people, and also take into consideration this district development model. But at this point in time, thank you so much, and give another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, to Ayanda. So I must also say, ladies and gentlemen, that it is part of Nedlac's tradition. I'm sure you are all aware that after every speaker inputs, each social partner is given an opportunity to come and give an input. And today is not different from the rest of all our sessions. And our social partners will be reflecting both on the 2019-2020 financial year and the calendar year that has just passed, as well as on the inputs from our panelists. Following, they will also be making inputs in alphabetical order. So we are going to be starting with Busa, which is represented by its Deputy Vice President, Mr. Martin Kingston, who will be followed by Mr. Tulani Tefuta, who is the overall convener for community constituency, and lastly by Ntate Begi Njali Kosatu, Secretary General, who is both from organized labor and organized labor overall convener. So we are going to call you upon the stage, our social partners, to come and address us in that order. Yeah, they will tell us whether they are supporting this social compact signing or not.
Issue of the humanitarian aspects of poverty. In South Africa, we have pre-existing incredibly high levels of poverty, and of course unemployment. What we have seen, and in fact last week the NIDS CRAM report came out reflecting the impact in its second wave study, is that the levels of poverty would be far higher if it weren't for the COVID relief grants that Department of Social
expectation that President Cyril Ramaphosa would announce details of the recovery plan last night, but it wasn't to be.
Following several weeks of engagement, the social partners at Nedlac have made tremendous progress on an ambitious social compact for economic recovery. This represents a historic milestone for our country, demonstrating what can be achieved when we unite to confront an urgent crisis. Cabinet will build on this emerging common ground.
Guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time in the history of Nedlac that its summit is being convened virtually, an indication of the extraordinary times our country and the world are living in. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating impact on our socio-economy. However, we must remind ourselves that our economy was in recession pre-COVID and that the pandemic has exacerbated an already grave situation. The economic trajectory for our economy and the social implications are even more challenging, and we have to put our economy onto a sustainable growth path so that we achieve growth rates of between 4 and 6% if we are to get onto the first rung of a long ladder to prosperity for all of our people. This is an extremely demanding requirement given that we have been downgraded to sub-investment grade or junk status and have made little or no progress in addressing fundamental structural issues constraining growth over the last several years. We need to reflect on some of the key indicators which demonstrate our country's dire situation. Pre-COVID, our GDP had contracted by 1.4% in Q4 2019, and this year is expected to shrink by some 8%. South Africa was in recession and is now in a depression, where even if we take the necessary steps, it is expected that it will take us 3 years to return to pre-pandemic levels of GDP. Unemployment, measured by the expanded definition, has grown from 38.7% in 2019 to 43.1% currently, with our youth and women the most disadvantaged by the impact of the pandemic. The budget deficit in 2019-20 at 4.5% is expected to grow to 6.8% of GDP. Debt to GDP in 2019 was 62.2%, is forecast to reach 81.8% this year, growing to nearly 100% over the next 3 years, with attendant debt service costs that will significantly constrain crucial areas of expenditure. This is before we include debt and contingent liabilities at the level of local authorities and state-owned enterprises. We have seen unprecedented outflows of debt and equity capital during the year, exacerbating the challenges of accessing capital on appropriate terms and conditions to fund our deficit. We can all agree that our economy was in dire straits pre-COVID and is in crisis today. The recent twin downgrades into lower rungs of junk status were unfortunately not a surprise because we have not taken the necessary decisions to address growth, the fiscal crisis, and the resultant social impact. The Institute of Security Studies estimates the contraction in GDP this year could result in about 2.5 million more people categorized as extremely poor in 2021. The social impact of our indecisiveness is apparent. BUSA has had several meetings with government over the past 3 years in which we have consistently raised the crisis confronting the country. We have suggested that government needs to acknowledge the severity of the crisis and act with urgency to create an environment which maximizes private sector investment and ensures the utilization of available capacity and expertise. We have regularly impressed on government the need for public-private sector partnerships to enable government to fulfill its mandate of building social infrastructure and delivering services to our people, while the private sector is optimally positioned to invest, establish and grow businesses, create jobs and contribute to the fiscus. All of this provided the requisite fundamental structural reforms to which we have agreed are implemented. Nedlac has played a critical role during the COVID pandemic in bringing social partners together through the Nedlac COVID Rapid Response Task Team, where we have worked together urgently and harmoniously to address the impact of COVID-19. In partnership, we have addressed a number of issues, including COVID TERS, managing the various lockdowns, determining and implementing behavioral change protocols, including the Safely Back to Work campaign and associated Return to Work website, and engaging government on restrictions in many sectors of the economy that have been particularly impacted on by the virus and lockdown measures. BUSA believes that this process has worked well and has reinforced the successes demonstrated by the country's response to the pandemic. It has provided a basis for future cooperation and partnership as we continue to deal with the many socioeconomic challenges confronting our country, and particularly the plight confronting youth, women, and SMMEs. On the back of this, in agreement with the President and our social partners, we started engaging on the economic recovery for the short, the medium, and the long term. These engagements have been more challenging, and we have not made as much progress as the situation requires in agreeing upon and implementing fundamental issues imperative for economic growth. We need to reflect on why, during the most severe socioeconomic crisis since the birth of our democracy, we have not acted with the necessary resolve and urgency to address the economic, social, and fiscal crises we face, many aspects of which already existed before the pandemic. We offer the following observations on this. We need to move beyond ideological debates to a real-time and pragmatic, fact-based assessment of our circumstances. In that context, government must show leadership in rising above ideology to implement critical actions that are in their domain. We recognize the difficulty of making hard choices and trade-offs, but that is the reality confronting us, and that reality is clearly visible to all stakeholders. The engagement between social partners must be credible, and the bona fides of all partners must be accepted. We must act transparently, collaboratively, and with integrity. The engagements must be such that every social partner is of equal status and is given the opportunity to contribute wherever they can add real value. Given the current crises, the engagements must focus on the implementation of 3 or 4 critical deliverables that will instill confidence and put us onto the first rung of a long ladder to sustainable inclusive growth that alleviates poverty, addresses inequality, and removes the burden of the inequity of unemployment from the shoulders of society. There must be an expedited timeframe for such engagements within which maximum agreement must be sought. However, government must determine the way forward after attempts to reconcile differences and implement effectively as the mandated government of this country. The multilateral engagement must also allow for bilaterals if these are appropriate for progress, and parties must bring the required insights, skills, and experience to the table for all engagements, which must also allow for constructive criticism where appropriate. We raise these issues here because Nedlac remains a critical structure for social dialogue and compacting, particularly in the time of COVID-19. We note the process that is underway at Nedlac to review its role, mandate, positioning, representation, and other matters. This is being undertaken to ensure that Nedlac is fit for purpose for the current challenges and future trajectory in the socio-economy. We believe this to be a critical exercise, and we have used our recent experience in social dialogue and engagement to inform the review. Business remains committed to social dialogue and engagements, but we will continually put to the top of the agenda the severe socio-economic crisis we are in, and thus the imperative for urgent and effective action to implement critical decisions. We must consistently review the progress that is being made, and social partners must have the option to reconsider participation in engagements if they consider such action to be appropriate. We will continue to reiterate our view that as a country, we need to live within our limited means, prioritize areas of expenditure purposefully, and implement decisions competently, effectively, and with commitment. In conclusion, we commend the Nedlac ED Lisa Seftel and her team on a Herculean effort under very difficult conditions this year. We wish Nedlac all the best in the coming year and commit to optimizing our participation as business, building on the successes achieved during the year, the relationships that have been forged and strengthened, and the need to ensure that our country can achieve its potential, notwithstanding the ongoing pandemic and socioeconomic challenges. Only by leveraging our combined resources relentlessly and professionally implementing critical decisions and cooperating effectively will we be able to achieve our collective vision. Nedlac and its social partners have a crucial role to play in achieving that outcome. I thank you.
At this point in time, I'm going to call the leader or overall convener of the community constituency, Date Tulani Sefuta, to come and address us.
This has indeed been one of the best annual summit of Nedlac for the community. When we consulted with colleagues on the type of an annual summit we'd like to have, what is playing out today is exactly as conceptualized the ED campaign testimony. That we don't be hard fast or knocking our heads against the wall because of the year that was, but also have elements of looking into the future. Program Director and all protocols observed, thank you very much for this opportunity. By the end of the year that we are concluding under this review, it is a known fact that the economy had contracted significantly. Successive job losses across sectors have been registered. The downgrading of our economy by rating agencies, as Martin was saying. Added into the equation was the state of state-owned companies that have been underperforming. To add salt to injury, corruption has been eroding and misdirecting national resources for selfish personal benefit. The outlook of our economic indicators was further exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, which severely affected the lives and livelihoods of the people. These factors combined have plunged South Africa into a deeper socio-economic crisis with immediate impact being felt by the poorest of the poor. Now, the emerging lessons of this epoch suggest that if we are to seize the moment and move with speed in mainstreaming the digital economy, there are a few things we have to do. One is immediate investment and deployment of digital infrastructure. We can't want to draw benefits of the digital economy without investing in the digital infrastructure. Secondly, we have to promote digital services and facilities. And the circumstances of COVID-19 lockdown have fast-tracked that process. And we have to start digitalizing various sectors of the economy at an incremental pace. When we do all of this, we must make all the necessary investments in research and development in order to position South Africa as a society of producers, not just passive consumers and beneficiaries of these interventions, and all permutations of the fourth and implications of the fourth industrial revolution. And the provision of digital skills will be a critical enabler in that regard. When the Director General of the ILO reflected on the future of work, it became very clear that even in our national discourse, we do not have to use technological advances as a scarecrow against the people. That we will see what you will do. Technology is coming, or the fourth industrial revolution is coming, even when it is already upon us. What we must imbue is the passion of technology amongst our people, starting with the young, such that we position technology to work for the people and not against the people. We believe that there may be some knocks that come with technological advances in terms of job losses. But we must complete the sentence by indicating that there are also new jobs that will be created. And so, it is in actual fact a fallacy to think that you can talk about the future of work without talking about the future economy. The future of work is an embedded element of the future economy. It is in understanding the future economy that you will best be able to position society to seize the opportunities of the future of work. We know the deliberations we undertook at Nedlac on economic recovery. And in that discourse, we argued and continue to argue that communities must not be used as centers of consumption, but they must be centers of economic activity. When all chips were down, the majority of the people were participating in the informal economy. It goes to show that that is the sector of the economy that we must continue to support and invest in and leverage the opportunities and benefits that come with it. And we must do that alongside support for other social enterprises like cooperatives. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan must have a dedicated mechanism to support the youth, women, and persons with disability. We're not saying this to recite the already known challenges of youth, women, and the disabled. We will never draw the demographic dividend on the youth bulge that we're experiencing, which is another factor of the future of work, until and unless we make those necessary investments through education, skills, employment, and business opportunities. SMMEs and social enterprises in cooperatives and informal economy should be positioned as alternatives in economic participation and job creation. This will need a comprehensive review and integration of government support services for formal and informal economy. SMMEs, startups, cooperatives, township and rural-based enterprises. There are already sectors which Ayabonga Cawe has started to profile and highlight. We fully support the prioritization of those sectors because they are not just sectors that talk to the growth of the economy, to which an ordinary person cannot identify with. They are sectors of the economy that can drive growth, but they are sectors of the economy in their nature that can provide mass employment opportunities. And with that, it is only when people can find employment, it is only when communities can see physical delivery of infrastructure, it is only when the smallest of enterprises can see business opportunities that our people can identify with those growth sectors that have been proposed and prioritized. And so our support for those sectors, it is because they hold the hope of growing and rising with the people, even in the smallest of townships and villages. The community constituency believes that there are signs of life in the work we do at Nedlac already. It is true that whilst we focus on all other big issues, we must not forget to pause and reflect on the institution of social dialogue being Nedlac, on how best do we continue to reposition it to discharge the role that society expects of it. It is true even from the dispositions of Mr. Nechitenze that social partners must not seek to behave like a faction. If you wear this, I wear it. If you sing tenor, I sing tenor. If you move left, I move left. We should appreciate that we will be different, but the roles we play will complement each other. And when those roles complement each other, they enhance the platform of social dialogue. And the results we get out of that will be for the benefit of the society. One of the biggest determinants of the success of our work must never be about the amounts of what you call agreements we sign, but it must also be tested on the willingness we have to undertake collective action on those areas that we agree on. And we do want to commend the leadership that has been expressed by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Deputy President Didi Mabuza, in asserting the role and the space that must be provided to civil society to participate in all structures of Nedlac. That does not even need to wait for the conclusion of the work of the governance task team. It is hypocrisy of the highest order to want to use administrative processes to resolve political issues. We were beginning to believe that the democratic government that has been championing participatory development, consultation, and inclusion has actually been one of the gatekeepers in the process. What is it that is discussed in these chambers that does not affect communities? Business must tell us, labor must tell us. At least government has told us its standpoint. The current strategic plan, Lisa, of Nedlac provides for sufficient space and opportunity for us to wake up in January and go and participate in those chambers. No, this is true, because it talks about flexibility of participation and representation. So if we have agreed on the strat plan, there's no other excuse. We will prepare our suits and rock up in those meetings well prepared to make meaningful contributions. And we want to conclude by saying that we must commend the leadership and the management of the executive director and the team that she leads. We have begun to see signs of stability at the highest level of management at Nedlac. This emerging issue of the CFO is destabilizing us. And we must say as overall conveners that unanimously, it is disturbing. But we must act on it and make sure that we continue with that stability. The performance that we have achieved is greatly congratulated. Some of the things that we have been continuously complaining about in our discourse, you have plugged in and played and made sure that you resolve to those issues. And so we note with great appreciation that we end this period with improvements on the organizational stability in the operations of Nedlac. We welcome that this is your first annual summit, and already you have pitched it this high. We can only imagine what is to follow. And notwithstanding the persistence of some of the challenges, the leadership of the executive director and the staff collective is beginning to show signs of improvement and sense of stability and direction in the work that Nedlac has to do. Thank you very much, Program Director.
A round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. At this point in time, I'm going to call upon Mester Begin Jalinjali. I heard you complaining that I've never called you Mester, my comrade.
This is the first time that we are asked to reflect on the presentation made by a number of speakers, including the panelists that we invited to come to this meeting. So I will try to do exactly that, not to give another report or message that we normally do. Let me also indicate, and on a lighter note, that somebody who was elected, who was involved in a film-making industry and played the role of a president in 2015, in 2019, he stand for the real election to be the president, and he was elected to be the president. And in his first speech, when they asked him, what are you going to do to take the country forward? He said, I was joking to be the president, and regrettably for me, the people elected me to be the president. Now I don't know, he was a comedian, the president of Ukraine. And he won it by whopping 73% of the population. And I will come back to these issues of leadership. But on the positive note, I want just to mention few issues that we should take as a major success for Nedlac in our view. The first one is the agreement that we're going to sign about the energy security supply. We think any country that is serious about economy has to guarantee the energy security supply. And in that ESCOM deal, we think things are going to be turned around, and we hope that in the next 12 months, we'll be able to implement this compact so that the issues of load shedding are the issues of the past. The second one, of course, is the unqualified audit, though it's not clean as yet, but I think is a clear indication, and want to join the other overall conveners that the departure of the CFO is not a good sign. And I think, and we hope, we may have to get somebody of the same caliber. The third one is the economic, the Nedlac Economic Recovery and Construction Plan. We think it's a good sign. Whether we're going to implement it is another issue that we need to engage on. And of course, we agreed with the issue that the Deputy President might have raised, that people must pay electricity. We all agree, those people, that there must be no stealing of electricity. But I think it should have, in our view, gone further, that the majority of people are not working and they cannot afford even to pay the electricity. So we need to balance this, that as soon as we are able to give people jobs, I think many of them will be able to pay for the electricity. So there are issues then that we need to engage on as we move on. We also wanted to appreciate that I think the COVID, this platform today, indicated new challenges, that the work of Nedlac is not well understood, is not exposed. And I think it is cheaper to convene a meeting of this nature for Nedlac and invite a number of people just to give a report on the different work concluded in Nedlac and not wait for the summit and be able to engage, because there are many issues that have been raised by people, and when they are not responded to, many people believe that they are right. We must emphasize to all the people that have spoken about the new opportunities that South Africa does not lack ideas. They lack the will and the capacity to implement those ideas. One good example was the 2009 South African response to the economic crisis. What a wonderful document we produce. But we could not implement. I think we failed dismally to implement that agreement to an extent that the ILO, as they have now talked about the economic recovery and construction, they adopted a global policy called Jobs Pact out of the South African document. But the South African document, South Africa failed to implement that document. But it also seems to us as Labour that there are many misunderstanding or lack thereof of how Nedlac or what Nedlac can do or what Nedlac cannot do. For an example, Nedlac can implement policies. We can negotiate policies, we can give it to the relevant minister, Comrade Tulas, government can adopt it, but Nedlac can't implement it. It's neither in the Act nor in the Constitution is what Nedlac, even to monitor those policies coming out of Nedlac. And maybe we need to find a way in engaging with government and other social partners. What is our role after the policy has been adopted? But there's also a debate, I think, that we need to engage on. The debate that suggests that bigger is better, vis-a-vis the question of fair representation. We've got some views on those, but we can engage moving forward. But there's also some misconception that there are people who are prevented from joining Nedlac. And I don't know where it's coming from, because Nedlac Constitution is quite clear as to if you want to join Nedlac, and I can speak for Labour, it's easier to join Nedlac if you want to. It's so simple. But if you fail to meet those requirements, you can't then blame Nedlac for that. Others, people are opting not to go to Nedlac deliberately, because being outside and shouting and throwing stones is easier than coming with workable solutions. So we're going to urge, I think, in the next meeting, the many voices that has been raised, and urge Nedlac to engage on them and moving forward. But there are issues of concern, of course, that we should not run away from. The widening gap of mistrust among Nedlac social partners need to be attended to. Because if we don't, it doesn't help us. It doesn't help us to come together, make big statements because we're in front of television and hope miracles will change. The question of retrenchment and job losses, beside the many agreements reached in the many summits, make us to lose confidence in dealing with these issues. The unemployment is at the highest level ever. Let's forget about COVID. Of course, it exacerbated them. But unemployment is growing. Even the NDP has not managed to even reach or coming closer to the projection that it set it up itself for 2030, that unemployment will be halved. We're not there, and we're not going to be there in dealing with those issues. The mobilization of resources for investment, and what we call it, and we know that business does not like this, but let us say it in any way. We believe there is an investment strike, that the level of the impact investment is not at the level it's supposed to be. There might be many other factors. Government, business might think about corruption, the question of insecurity, and etc. But the fact is that the level of investment falls far short of what we need. The question of spending quality time in Nedlac, and I think during the period of COVID, we've seen a number of senior people attending to Nedlac. But it can't be just an event. We're struggling now to get the NHI back to Nedlac, Comrade Tulas. Something that 2 years ago, we said we're going to realize the NHI in our lifetime. We started to doubt now. Just bringing the Nedlac bill back to Nedlac to negotiate, it means we have to drag government in dealing with these issues. So we needed to find a way of how we deal with those issues. The question of the widening gap in wage bill is not a new thing. We've been speaking about it. We agree with the Deputy President, we must discuss the issues of the country, not Nedlac, because Nedlac we have dealt with the question of the land in terms of what needed to be done. So it's not in Nedlac anymore. It's with the politician. They must do the right things. We have agreed that we must visit the basic income grant. In our view, the universal social protection should be high on the agenda of Nedlac. But there's an attack on social dialogue in our country. A big, big attack. The attack by government on the collective bargaining agreement make us to doubt the commitment that we have. To an extent that we have taken a decision to report our own government to the ILO should not be something that we should be proud of. But we can't compromise the interest of the workers that we represent. The last time our government was, or South Africa was in the ILO, was a very long time on the apartheid. We're saying this because we have to do what is within the Constitution. That the government has to go to court on wage agreement, Comrade Tulas, is an indictment that we never ever thought we'll have to take the same government, democratic government, to court. But what do you do when the government does not honor those rights? The issue that we have not finalized the political exposed person, which is the core in dealing with corruption, is something that we cannot rest until we discussed. The new world of work, I think there's one thing that we must accept as a community saying that the question of the digitalization may bring new work, new jobs, and etc. But we must accept that technology is going to be disruptive. It is disruptive as we speak it now, and there are people who are going to lose jobs. We should not, nurse it and say everybody is going to have a full employment. There's a generation that will not be able to adapt to the telework and et cetera, and et cetera. The new generation, of course, got a better opportunity to be trained and to occupy the jobs. But there are challenges that Nedlac needed to deal with urgently, Minister of Employment and Labor. Issues like, what is going to be the new workplace? Because now we know the workplace has been defined by building that you are working at the SAPC. Maybe SAPC is not the right one because they go out, but you might be working in a factory jam. You know, when you enter here, you enter the workplace. When you move out, you have knocked it off. So what is going to be the new workplace? How are you going to calculate overtime working at home? How are you going to define an injury at work? The legislation is silent on all those issues, and Nedlac must provide answers in relation to those issues. It can't wait because the telework and other work has already started in dealing with, yeah.
Conclusion.
Lastly, we want to make an appeal here on the NHI bill. We're making a number of written requests to the relevant minister to bring it back. We can't be writing letters to our own minister and say, please bring these things back to Nedlac. We think it's their responsibility to do so. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Charlie. A round of applause, please. A louder round of applause.
Thank you.
Fine. You can switch your mic off, Charlie.
I did not switch the switch.
Oh, you can just do it yourself here. Sheba, in your pocket or wherever it is. Ladies and gentlemen, since last year, the Nedlac social partners have negotiated a framework agreement in respect of ESCOM. And by May this year, 2020, the contents of a framework agreement and an implementation plan were agreed to, but were not were not taken forward for signature and implementation due to COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure we are all abreast with those developments. And when the social partners began discussing the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, action plan at Nedlac, there was a strong push for the signing of the framework agreement and its urgent implementation to be included as a priority action in this plan. And as a result, this is now included as a commitment in the plan. And the social compact has since been approved by the social partners, and the social partners will be signing the agreement and officiate the social compact, followed by its implementation. So I would like at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, to call upon the minister responsible for ESCOM, the Minister of Public Enterprise, Minister Pravin Gordhan, to introduce the social compact. And Minister Gordhan has already signed the social compact on behalf of government, and this will then be followed by our own short signing ceremony in the following order. Mr. Martin Kingston, you are going to be the first one to come and sign as you represent business. We will allow first the minister to come in. Is the minister in the virtual platform? Yes, we are going to be seeing the minister. Good afternoon or good morning. Welcome to our Nedlac Summit. The stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I've been asked to make a few opening remarks. Good morning to all of the social partners and others that are attending this event, both from South Africa and beyond. To you, Program Director, Deputy Minister Molloy, to the Minister of Employment and Labour, my colleague, Mr. Ngesi, the Nedlac Executive Director, Lisa Seftel, an old comrade, South Africa's ambassador to Spain, Ms. Mtinso. It's nice to see the ILO Director General as part of our event today, Mr. Ryder, your previous speakers, distinguished guests, representatives of business, labor, and community, and indeed government itself. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the ESCOM Compact with the following remarks, that this compact is clearly evidence that South Africans have as their ambition energy security at a cost that both business and communities can afford. And clearly this is vital to economic growth, to maximum inclusivity, and the development of South Africa as a whole. The second point is that ESCOM itself, we must understand as an institution, is very much in a transition phase over the last 2.5 years or so. It is trying to remove itself from the grips of state capture, both by political forces, but by economic players as well. At the same time, it is undergoing a restructuring process, as the compact notes. There's still significant resistance to change by ex-managers of ESCOM and some within ESCOM itself. And Eskom is acting wherever it can against corruption, both in respect of individuals, but also businesses, both in South Africa and globally, as you'll hear in the course of the next few days. The delay in signing off on the social compact is something that the Deputy Minister has spoken about already. But the social compact sets out the steps that each of the social partners will undertake in order to make this compact a success. And of course, at the end of the day, as Mr. Nchali just mentioned, it's actions that are going to speak louder than the words or the content of the compact. And so accompanying the compact is an action plan in respect of short, medium, and long-term actions that need to be taken by each of the constituencies in Nedlac. And the crucial issues that Nedlac is confronted with is clearly, firstly, repositioning Eskom itself, as I indicated earlier on. Secondly, the financial burden that Eskom carries in respect of the Eskom debt. And thirdly, the effective operations of Eskom also. The delays of the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic, both on its ability to undertake maintenance of the right type, has been a significant factor in the past few months. But seen within the context of government's economic reconstruction and recovery plan, Eskom is a vital component, A, of the plan, and more generally in relation to energy security as well. Some of the elements in the compact indicate that there needs to be the right kind of procurement of additional energy, because the current coal-powered stations and the one nuclear station and some of the renewables don't adequately cater for the kind of demand that we anticipate in the near future as the economy recovers, hopefully, from the second wave of the pandemic. We've got to manage the tariffs in the right kind of way as well, both in respect of Eskom sustainability on the one hand, but affordability and support for businesses and communities and households at the same time as well. Debt, as I mentioned, is absolutely critical. The removal of the culture of illegal connections and implementation of prepaid meters is over the next few years, as the Deputy President mentioned, going to be a critical test both for Eskom and for South Africa as a whole. Taking decisive action in respect of corruption is also critical within the organization, but also in relation to businesses outside of the organization as well. Something, as I said, that Eskom has demonstrated before Parliament on the one hand, but secondly, in relation to some of the malfeasance that was engaged in by both the local companies and global companies as well. The implementation plan is absolutely critical, as is accountability within the Nedlac framework, which is covered by the social compact. And if the economic reconstruction and recovery plan is to have any meaning for us as a country, let alone as just the constituencies, then it's critical that Eskom's recovery is sustained on the one hand and supported by all of the role players in their different capacities in order for us to succeed in this particular regard. Government has a total commitment to enact the provisions and act in accordance with the provisions of the social compact and the annexures to the social compact itself. And equally, government has a commitment to continue to fight corruption in whatever form we find it. And what is critical within the Nedlac situation is for us to more transparently discuss how different types of patronage networks have been established, both old and new, and how those patronage networks continue to disable and handicap the kind of recovery plans that we have for important entities and utilities such as Eskom itself. And this demands that there be not only a change within Eskom itself in respect of its operational culture, but equally that other constituencies, including business in particular, needs to see a distinct shift to more ethical practices in their interaction with state-owned entities, in this particular case, Eskom. My last point, Program Director, is that as we move into 2021, the just transition becomes a very important national objective for all of us in relation to meeting climate change commitments, in relation to the UN process, making sure that the transition from coal to other forms of more sustainable but less damaging emissions is successfully managed by all of the constituencies as we go forward. But two critical parts of this would be to map out a proper future for workers at power stations at the moment and in related industries also, so that they can see a future for themselves within the just transition framework. And lastly, there are communities that are dependent on Eskom and its power stations in different parts of South Africa, and their sustainability is equally important as well. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I've already signed the compact itself, and I leave it to you to guide the rest of the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Minister, for this. It was brief but very detailed presentation of the subject. And at this point in time, I wanted to, earlier on, before I can even move forward, to take this opportunity to thank all our social partners who have actually come up stage to make their inputs, though some were very long and I couldn't just interject, but we thank you for the time that you have taken to prepare those, and we hope that we listen into each other. Thank you so much for your participation on this. But I also want to acknowledge the presence on a virtual platform of Ms. Ntato Minyuku, who's the Group Executive for Government and Regulatory Affairs from Eskom, representing the Group CEO. You are welcome, Ntato. And then I would at this point in time, because as the Minister has already alluded to the fact that he has signed, I'm going to call upstage once more the social partners in their order to come and sign the compact, social compact. And I will call first Mr. Kingston from Busa to come and business to come and sign first. And after signing, please stay upstage. Thank you. Is there a pen there for signing? Yeah, you need to also bring the chair forth so that you can sign. Maybe everybody must bring their pen so that you don't have to be. Yeah. In my constituency, we will be singing Tate Chefuta. Hosaina ho asimo rava rava. Hosaina ho asimo rava. Hosaina ho asimo rava rava. Yes, 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 yes. Can we give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Well, this is an important, it's an important session, ladies and gentlemen, and those who are on virtual platform, we acknowledge your presence by the clapping of hands. We hear you, we can feel you. Thank you so much. Then Mr. Chefuta, representing community constituency. A round of applause as he ascends the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Hosaina ho, asimo rava, Hosaina ho. Raipinela nali minister waka. We are singing for ourselves, me and my minister. Can you see that? Hey, you're not serious, right? Thank you so much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Begin Chalinchali for our organized labor and as a convener also of organized labor in Nedlac. Sainawo, Simo, Raba, Raba. Thank you so much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this very important gesture, ladies and gentlemen. Is it not at this point in time that our social partners stand up and hold that piece of paper that we have just signed on is very important and as part of the its significance, so that we can hold you to that. Then you take the picture together holding the very same signed and sealed social compact. Thank you so much. Can we all stand up and at least take a picture? I think behind the, behind the logo. I think that would be good. Oh, wait. Yes. Yes. While we are giving them that spirit, motivating them. Motivation. Yes, motivation. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. While they go back to their seats, let's give them another round of applause just to encourage them, ladies and gentlemen. I think, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we are about to close. Over the coming months, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to have our attention divided between saving lives and preserving livelihoods. We will continue to have our hands full in responding to the increased pressure of our healthcare facilities while creating conditions that are conducive for the successful implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan as outlined by the President in the recent past. And this could be a very daunting task if the spirit of partnership that was just seen here and camaraderie is lost amongst us as social partners in this forum, ladies and gentlemen. However, through cooperation, consultation, and information sharing, we can and we will manage the crisis facing us. I want to take this opportune moment, Minister Lisa, to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for giving me the opportunity to steer this program from the beginning up to its end, all our social partners, business community. Thank you so much for making it simple for me to run this session and command you. Thank you so much. And at this point in time, I'm going to call Mayor Nobuntu Sibisi, who's our head operations, to come and thank you officially and close the session. Thank you so much for your time and for your, thank you. All right.
Program Director, all protocol observed. I'm standing here feeling very honored and privileged to be expressing the vote of thanks to all who have contributed in making this 25th Nedlac Annual National Summit a success. 25 years is not a child's play. And if Nedlac was a girl, would be saying now Nedlac is maturing from, moving from being a teenager to being stronger and stronger. And that has come up in different speeches and presentations that have been provided by speakers today. And on that note, Program Director, please allow me to first thank you for all the hard work that you have done. You have worked You have worked very hard in ensuring that we get to the program on time. At some point, we were panicking to say, is this going to finish on time? Because there were some delays we encountered, but you have steered this ship in the right direction. We thank you for that. And to the Deputy President in absentia, I'd like to thank him for availing himself to come to the Nedlac Summit. As we all know, there are different commitments that are currently underway that needed his attention. As a result, he could not stay for the whole duration of this session. But we are indeed privileged and honored that he came and shared his insights and linking the talks around the theme which we have in terms of this Nedlac Summit. So we thank you in absentia, Deputy President. And Minister Nxesi, our executive authority. Minister, unaliko matatiel. Some people don't know I can speak Sotho. I was told Minister will be joining virtually from Mount Fletcher, which is a very rural area, which happened to be my hometown, by the way. And when I heard that, I was like, okay, are we going to have network there? And that, that also linked to all these structural and infrastructure development, which we need to realize in order for our economy to grow and for the inclusive growth that we need, and inclusive participation from people in different areas, from different walks of life. So Minister, thank you for availing yourself, for coming to the session physically. I know it is taxing to having to go back to Mount Fletcher, but we really appreciate you, and we appreciate the welcoming remarks, and which were warm and which indeed made all feel at home. And we could see that through the participation that have happened here. Thank you. And to Minister Gordon as well, who has joined us virtually. I believe he's still connected. Thank you, Minister, for leading us in the signing of Social Compact. We appreciate you availing yourself and your leadership in this regard. Thank you, thank you. And then we have heard the speakers who have made time to share their insights on key thematic issues around the issues pertaining to the future of work, the social compacting, the COVID experiences from Spain, from Mamutenjwe Mtenzo, and also on the economic recovery from the young men sitting up there. Viva to the youth, viva! You don't be jealous. Viva to the youth, viva! We are almost done. We are almost done. But I would like you to help me acknowledge this participation from these speakers. They have indeed shared the insights. Mr. Guy Ryder from the ILO in Geneva, and also Ubabu Joel Neshitenze, who also participated in this session. So a great appreciation to him. And please allow me to acknowledge my boss, the Nedlac Executive Director, Ms. Lisa Seftel. She has painted a clear picture of how Nedlac has performed in the last financial year, as well as provided a picture of performance over the past few months, which Mr. Nchalinchali has been mentioning that we seem to be spending most of the time, not just most of the time, quality time here at Nedlac. So thank you, Ms. Lisa Seftel. And ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to mention that Ms. Seftel expects nothing except excellence from her staff. A round of applause for Ms. Lisa Seftel. And to the leaders of social partners who were on stage and who have shared their insights and reflected also on the presentations that have been made here, and also paved a direction in terms of the way which Nedlac should be taking into the future. Mr. Nchalinchali, Mr. Kingston, and Mr. Chefuta, thank you very much. A round of applause for them. And in this virtual age, this is the very first summit. I was actually mentioning that it feels very strange to have a Nedlac summit with very few people. As you all know, Nedlac summit is usually the biggest do with everyone, all social partners being present, Nedlac staff being present physically, but now they have joined virtually. And that participation has been enabled by the team that's sitting over there from the Proudly South Africa. Thank you to the CEO of Proudly South Africa, Mr. Eustace Masembo, as well as the technical team that has made all of this beauty that you see today and this connection that we have today possible. A round of applause. And also allow me to thank the protocol and security team from the presidency. They've guided us through the whole process in order to ensure that at the end of the day, when we leave here, we are not going to court because we have broken some protocol. I do believe that through their guidance, indeed, we have adhered to protocol today. Thank you to the presidency team. And also the team from the DEL that we have worked very well with them. A round of applause. I am almost done in my thanks. And the very challenging thing with doing a vote of thanks is that you don't want to forget anyone, because once you are done, you can't say, wait a minute, I still need to thank the other person. So on that note, I would like really to thank all the participants who have joined us physically as well as virtually and participated through this summit. And the media that has joined us, we really appreciate you joining us today. And a round of applause for that. And as we are moving towards the end, I'd like to acknowledge the Nedlac staff who are continuously working tirelessly to be able to see the results that we see here. Without their commitment and dedication, we would not have achieved what we have achieved. And also, through the technology, I want to mention that this technology has enabled the social dialogue to still happen with the Nedlac team. And as that social dialogue was happening online, there is a point that Priscilla has raised, which says, indeed, now we can, in observation of how the proceedings have gone, she said, indeed, now we can call Nedlac the heartbeat of social dialogue. Nedlac, the heartbeat of social dialogue. So as I close this vote of thanks, I have observed a golden thread along all the participants who have spoken today, and that linked to a word, implementation. That is a word that has come across through the presentation and the speeches by the Deputy President, the Minister, the social partners, the ED, even through the signing of social compact. And indeed, it is imperative that as we engage in social dialogue, addressing the various challenges that are facing the country, we pull our socks up and roll up our sleeves in ensuring that the policies that we come up through the Nedlac Social Dialogue platform are effectively implementation in such a way that we can see the changes that we want to see in South Africa and in the world. And also in ensuring that all the agreements that we have signed through Nedlac, we are also effectively implemented. On that note, please allow me to thank you, and indeed, Nedlac, the heartbeat of social dialogue, social dialogue will be continuing. It doesn't end here, but it continues again into the future. And as we leave, there will be lunch that is provided at the foyer there. Please help yourself and do enjoy your day. Thank you very much for your participation and patience. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, wena kuka no teng fuda re swipi ba se ka tsona event ke no sa ile 071 226 so nene so ka nene yo so yeah tato bana no banza yeah iri ke le te fu betri shi iri ke tshwatse ga nyane no ke shi Eric, you charging ya? Oh, yeah. Where are they?
So what does the another plan it out technical wise?
Technical wise,
yeah. So next time, I'll get to so one camera. I want to take camera, matter ceiling, matter positioning here right.
Yeah. So you take switch off.
Switch off. Switch off. Not.
In that case, but that's why
really
interaction is but you're not man. It's a nice thing.
Lesson learned for our summit.
That's what you create. So this is the way we know. Okay, sharp. We're going to need cameras. Guy, your room. We need that. But I don't know who's the summit. Next year, March.
I know kita appointment kita kopana ona mtoto
yeah magwana ikeleza ona side bodaki ai
no that's why you should telephone
not available
telephone then because we almost
yeah
I'm sure 5 minutes not so we'll meet in Bukatala house Okay, what's your order? I got the folder ntho.
Ya e charge nyane e thole a lo kaola ka ta folder.
Here we go.
Where is Joe?
Thank you very much.
Are we taking our stuff, guys? Oh, then I'm leaving
Taking all the tripod bags. What? The tripod bags. I don't have tripod bags. I don't use them anymore. They annoy me. They make everything seem heavier. Yeah.
Let's see one. Are you guys doing the balance now? Yes. So you have to select the credit so that you can just put it in the bag. Is it our flag? No. So our is this the What is this, you know? What is this?
Check which drum this one is. The drums are underneath that. One drum is this one here. Okay. You don't have to just roll it up like quick. I'll feed you. Come here. Just roll it quick. Yeah. Don't stress too much about it.
Yo, guys, left there. laptops and everything. Thank you, guys.
Angeke ngivule isound kangaka.
All the laptops are packed. Yeah. Old man. I need some water. Need some water. Yeah. Purified. Give me your grip strength. It goes down. Hold it.
Siyahamba. Yazi uma wenza ucameraman kumnandi yo. Mhlawumbe izithumbi uchayiwe.